Group B today, CLEM, ByuN, ZOUN, and JUMY. We're going to be starting the day off with the PvP, which is JUMY versus ZOUN. Give us a moment here, guys, and we'll just get this set off. We are in the lobby. I'm just double checking on any casters that would like to join us. I think we are good. Let's do it. Alright, we're going to jump into our first game of the day. Some PvP action on all these new maps. Going to be starting the day off with Salaginella. Cool, let me just got the wrong thing open to track the maps, typically. Alright, so. Let's get this underway. Get into some games. So, yeah, there's a few maps we yet to see. We should hopefully see some of those today. As we move through the matches, the less played maps are being put into the map pools more in preparation for, excuse me, in preparation for trying to even out the numbers or the amount of times in which each map gets played. As we get to start off in the top left-hand corner with our green Protoss player for our first matchup of the day. It is this PvP. It is going to be JUMY in the top left. While in the bottom right, our blue Protoss player is ZOUN. Opening game of our first series. Let's see what we get up to. See what's going to happen. See what the plan is going to be. So Salaginella to start us off. Map we saw, I think, once yesterday. Kind of a fun one. Like I say, we'll have some of the lesser played maps from yesterday played today, hopefully. There's a little bit of an interesting thing because a lot of the players want to know which maps they're going to be able to pick from, so I'm having to make the map pools like a day in advance. So there's only so much of like I can stack the maps that haven't been played a lot, but there's still the slight issue of obviously I don't know how today's games are going to go, or how those are going to end up. So yeah, we'll see how that goes over time. Sorry, my voice is I've already given up at the very start of the day today. Lovely. All right. Damn it, excuse me. All right, so we're gonna have ourselves some PvP to start us off. This map has an in-base expand, which is super interesting for PvP. That Pocket Natural obviously makes life a little different in terms of a lot of the PvP builds that could come around and so on, so we'll see what happens. We'll see what comes up. As we get this underway, it's going to be some assimilers coming down, Cybercore coming through. And the probes chasing each other around as well, so we just get that all set up. We get this underway here. Again, probe chase and probe around for a few moments and seeing where we get to. Obviously, we can expand fairly quickly here with that in-base. That should be fairly safe to do in this circumstance as well, so we should just be able to get away with that, no issues. And yeah, we get a sentry out. Interesting to see, obviously, 2 gates still from JUMY, so he still wants that gateway production available, despite the fact that there's not necessarily too much opportunity here, basically, so we'll see what happens. Found this one cancels. Hallucination moves around there. The Oracle gonna sit about. Everything Article obviously will give you a lot of potential as this game goes on for a little while, right? So that'll be a fun little thing to track. The blink coming up from JUMY, and blink will follow from ZOUN as well, just a little bit further down the line. So that's where things are going for the moment. Stasis, we're going to try and pop into place. The probe there going to get caught in that stasis. Job is third. Next is down. So JUMY very confident to expand. I'm actually really excited to see how JUMY plays today. He's been playing really well lately. The PvP, I think, is one of his better matchups. I know his PvT is not so hot, so he might struggle a bit in this group with CLEM and ByuN. But we'll see what goes down. Seeing that pylon going into the upper right-hand side. Just going to get set up over there. Just going to see Oracle setting up. Just going to be moving around again. +1 and blink continues to come online here. And Nexus and that gateway is all coming through. A little bit of a probe on probe conundrum on the watchtower, so we'll have a little bit of a nibble there. JUMY has that gate in the top right-hand side, so we'll see if he gets to utilize that at all. Right now it is ZOUN that is kind of stepping forward a bit more aggressively on the map. Stalkers gathering around, coming past the watchtower. Can the gateway continue to come up as well, so we get that underway. Like this, knocking down these rocks. This base here does have multiple entrances, so you knock down these rocks, then you open this up and you can attack in from this left-hand side. There's also the rock expiring on the top side soon, so a couple angles of attack, +1 going to be finished soon from ZOUN, so upgrade should be fairly even here. Nice Stasis Swarm though, catches those Stalkers, going to be a little bit of a pain for JUMY, especially because that was a moment where he was definitely looking to overwhelm a little bit. Now it's going to be that little bit more difficult. Guardian Shield pops, and going to be starting a trade, and back and forth with each other. I mean, JUMY has got that supply lead, but it's about all he's got at the moment. Charge +1, both coming up. That prism coming in. +2 attack upgrade is coming through. And Dark's trying a fun way to kind of get into the next stage of this game. It's going to give you a lot of harassing potential. Stalker's going to fight. The Guardian Shield pops up. We're going to have +2 attack. Our charge coming online. The Observer is coming online as well. Our Stalker's going to go blinking in. We pop up the Guardian Shield. And we do have ourselves the Prism. It's going to continue to micro nicely here. A few more Stalkers coming about. The extra warp-ins available in a few moments. It's a nice blink forward from ZOUN. Going to get a lot of damage done chasing. JUMY has such a fast +2, but it's just not mattering just yet. We can keep on fighting. A couple of Zelds going down. Extra warpins coming through as well. Yeah, just ZOUN blinking back nicely. Good control from ZOUN. Going to put him in a very good position here, and it looks as though ZOUN is clamoring for a Game 1 victory. As he continues to push in, a few Zelds are getting taken down so quickly for JUMY. We blink in aggressively. He really wants to just push the issue here. In terms of the pylon, the DTs show up. I mean, a moment later, and you could have had that pylon cancelled. DTs would have been delayed. The DTs are going to save JUMY here. Having to reveal them defensively like this is a little bit of a shame because we're in this kind of position now is... Oh, this is Oracle, never mind. Yeah, I was going to say, because now maybe he could have run across the map if they were surprised. It could have been cool. He got a lot with the DTs, but they will go down. They're expensive units, so as they go down, ZOUN still seemingly has the army supply lead to kind of send this through to what should be seemingly so a victorious position. Fuzel's just going to get warped in. Little Revelation comes down. The DT comes back across. A few more units warping in once again. If Fuzel's going to come through. Stalker's still getting jumped on and ambushed as we have ZOUN. 100 supply to the 83. JUMY has no Stalkers left to go after that Prism, which is already low. If you could have just finished that off, maybe you could buy yourself a little bit of the time you need to really survive here, but it is not going to happen. That Prism is still there. Reinforcements will keep coming through. And ZOUN very much so has the advantageous numbers to take the first game of this best of 3 in today's TLMC Group B. Alright, so ZOUN going to be able to take a 1-0 lead. We'll jump into a second game here in a couple of moments, get this underway, and keep the games rolling for you guys. Again, today's lineup is going to look as follows. JUMY versus ZOUN, JUMY versus CLEM, ByuN versus ZOUN, ZOUN versus CLEM, ByuN versus JUMY, and then ByuN versus CLEM at the end of the day. So we got 6 best of 3s coming up. Yesterday's group was amazing, by the way. We had so many long games, so many cool games. Hoping that today is... If today is half as interesting as yesterday, I think we're in for a good one still, because yesterday's group was really like top-notch StarCraft. So yeah, very cool. I'm just going to host because it seems like the players are not. Nope, never mind, the players are. It's taking a second. And they've hosted their own map. Alright, going to be going to Killer's Mile here for map number 2. Another one we got to see once yesterday. Just need everyone to swap lobby. I haven't realized yet that's changed lobbies. That's everyone. Alright. Let's go. Ready. And let's kick off into our next game. There's a bunch of maps we've not seen yet. Yes. They are in the map pools. They are just being vetoed. The problem is I still have to add... my problem is we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maps not played. So when I'm giving players sets of 5 maps, it's some of the series today have 5 maps that are just all maps that have not been played yet, so some of them will get played guaranteed. But obviously I'm trying to give the players like some time to prep on the maps that they're going to play on, so it's it's kind of interesting situation where I'm trying to only put in the maps that are least used, but obviously if like I only give them those 5 maps or 6 maps of selection all day, it's very likely those maps end up getting played way more than any others all of a sudden, so just trying to juggle. At the end of the tournament, we'll have everything within 1 or 2 maps played of each other. It happens every time we get there. It's hard to do it over 1 day, over 2 days, especially nowadays where, you know, we used to do, 10 best of 3s in the group? Now we do 6 best of 3s in a group, so now it's like you need to do 2... Now over 2 groups, we only do what we did in 1 day before, so... Yeah, it just takes a few group stages, or it takes a few groups to get to it. Alright, Killer's Mile. As we get into game number 2, ZOUN is up a game, sorry. Correct scoreboard. Forgive me for I have pressed the wrong button. As we get into game number 2 here. this underway. Well, probes going through. Little cancellation going off. Couple of depths coming up. Stargate coming through. Couple of depths coming up. The warp gate coming about. I'm going to get settled in here for a few moments as we just have the Twilight Council and the Stargate continue to come on into play. And you get this all a roll in here. Sorry guys, my voice is really just breaking a bit today. Apologies. A couple of Adepts going to step up. Adept and Azal stepping away from ZOUN as it is JUMY to apply some pressure here. He's going straight into that blink again once again. ZOUN going into Oracle. See if he wants to follow into that blink as well. No Twilight Council yet though. We saw a few games yesterday of the blink into or blink against Oracle blink. That was very cool. And that Void Ray still reducing along. It's going to be seen our next coming up. Gateway's coming through. Blink on the way. Continue to bring that online as we just see the couple of units get there, so the Adepts get taken. Now we kill 2 probes. It's reasonable, I suppose. It's decent. It's nothing too crazy. This couple Stalkers going to step out. The Oracle's still moving around. Void Ray coming up. That blink continuing in. Just going to be seeing the batteries coming up as well. Nice getting underneath. The Void Ray going to go down. Obviously nice from JUMY to apply that pressure. The tech up from ZOUN is obviously quite late here because obviously JUMY is just one base at this time. And obviously as JUMY, getting rid of that Void Ray gives you huge potential to kind of keep this going and keep this, you know, basically operational right here. Stalker stepping back, actually going to blink the other side. And try and get that Stalker, and they will get it. I think JUMY's just going to break in. It's going to be GG's. We're going to go to game 3 as JUMY executes the 1 base on Killer's Mile for this 1-1. Alright, our third map today is going to be Persephone. It's going to put all these maps at 2 plays, which is cool. Pretty much, it's so funny. Actually, pretty much every map that's been played has been played twice, apart from one, and then all the others have just not been played once. I get it, like yesterday everything was kind of... Yeah, I don't know, yeah, I guess players... The thing is as well, within a group it gets kind of interesting, right? Because like certain players like, oh, I played this map earlier, so I don't even care what the other maps look like. I already played this map, so let's just play this one again. So that kind of happens sometimes. Be interesting to see how today pans out. I feel like some different matchups and stuff. We will see some of the other maps. I promise you guys will. And to be fair, we did see like Last Fantasy and Pylon and stuff during the qualifier too a bunch, so I really want to see Antimatter and Sandworm and Killswitch in the grid. Should hopefully be able to get some of those up throughout the course of today. If not, we are going to be having them in every series. in the having him in every series tomorrow's group. Alright, Jumy's joined the lobby. ZOUN is ready, and we're going to kick off into game number 3 of our best of 3 PvP starting the day off. After this, we have JUMY versus CLEM. Then ByuN versus ZOUN, CLEM versus ZOUN, ByuN versus JUMY. ByuN versus CLEM should be a fun day of action, guys. So, I'm going to kick this off. We're going to get this underway. Let's get into Persephone. Killswitch should be nice to see today. Killswitch is in the map pool for the next 3 series. So if it gets vetoed every time, then I'm going to be very sad. Believe in the players mixing up the vetoes. Bottom left hand side, we are going to have ourselves the green Protoss player. It is JUMY who ties it up with the 1-base blink. Up against, in the top left, our red Protoss player ZOUN. Is there a reason maps aren't assigned? Yeah. Because I personally think it's very important there's still some choice in vetoes. I mean, it's pretty limited right now. Like, each series has 5 maps given to it, and then you get 1 veto each. And then each player picks ones, and then there's a map remaining. So the other problem is, of course, sometimes as well, it's like the maps that haven't been played could also be map 3, and it's just unfortunate that the series doesn't go to a map 3, right? So that comes into play as well. Yeah, it's I just think it's important. It's actually, I think, pretty nice information to have as a map maker and for the tournaments and TLMC and stuff in general to see, this map really got vetoed a lot. I'm actually pretty sure that the 99% of the time they look at the maps which have been vetoed the most, and that's how they pick the ones for ladder. And from the TLMC. It's definitely happened a couple of times. Yeah, it's definitely happened a couple of times where the where the map that has been just vetoed consistently throughout the tournament, no one wants to play on it, ends up being the one of the ones that gets brought into ladder. Is interesting. There's that probe. Just gonna chase the other probe around. I'm excited to pick a couple of maps to join the WardiTV tournament map pools. We're definitely, I think 100% going to get rid of King's Cove, Abyssal Reef, and Neon Violet Square, and add in some TLMC maps. Moonwood had great games in the TLMC, but didn't make the ladder. Yeah, so many maps are really good and don't make it. It sucks. Whoa! 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 JUMY healed the probe! Oh, guys, it's happened. For the first time in TLMC history, someone has specifically used the healing shrine. Holy goodness. It's been done. JUMY, a TLMC legend for the ages. Holy goodness. Wow. Genuinely history. Wow. He used the healing shrine. This is incredible. I know you guys are probably all thinking, Wardy, that was really not that exciting. You guys don't get it. Like, you have no idea how long we've waited for one of these healing shrines to actually be used. Crazy. I'm happy, even if it's just like 2 HP on a probe or something. Because I do get rid of the block here, and JUMY will be able to expand obviously later than his opponent. He has gone Twilight Council against the Stargate once again, so the tech choices seem to be kind of pretty solid for these guys. Seem to be pretty consistent with what they want to do. Stalker's coming about, a few Adepts going to come across the side. Stalkers, Sentry, gathering up on the natural. You got the Nexus and the Blink coming through as well. Just have enough units still gathering up. The Oracle is going to come across kind of through the bottom side of the map. So just going to head on over to the other side here for a couple of moments. Did it make a difference? I don't think so. I think that it made no difference at all. Just exciting. Oh my god, here we go. Look at that. Stalker just heals back up to full HP. There you go. You know what? Blink Stalkers would really benefit from a healing shrine. Because Stalkers are the units you can keep alive on low HP all the time. And now instead of them just being low HP, you just get the HP back on them. Which is pretty sick if you think about it. Depthful Threat in here will not do much. Dark Shrine is coming in on the top right hand side. As you can see, this map clearly very proxyable. Yeah, obviously mirror matchups are never the best. Well, PvPs aren't usually very good at kind of determining maps and seeing maps a little bit, but especially when they get aggressive like this, as the DT Shrine is going to be finishing soon, and there is no detection available outside of this Oracle. So this Oracle is super important. The Depths will take damage. The Stalkers are going to realize that possibility of maybe getting this Oracle would be huge. I mean, honestly, even letting the Oracle burn its energy a little bit, I guess that doesn't matter as much anymore with the energy overcharge available. DT setting up, like I say, it's all about that Oracle. If we could just get rid of that. We have Blink available now. If we could somehow bait the Oracle out. We see the Oracle here with the Adepts as well. Oracle's going to activate as part of the defense. The Stalker step up. The DT moves into the main base. We're going to need to energy overcharge the Oracle for Revelations, I believe. And yeah, the DT starts swiping on the main. And like I said, we're going to need to energy overcharge the Oracle. Any second now, we're going to have the energy to do that. But then the DT on the low ground is hitting the battery. Yeah, we kind of need to decide what we're going to do here. Hits the DT on the low ground first, the one in the main base, then still lingering. But a new DT shows up from JUMY. He's having a lot of lost attacking time. Yeah, he doesn't get that battery either. I was going to say just a lot of lost attacking time where he's kind of wandering around with those DTs, getting blocked and stuff. So ZOUN doing his best to minimize damage taken, but this is already a 14 worker difference. JUMY killed 8 probes. Doesn't have too many Stalkers. Is wandering the map a little bit here. Nexus, Gateway continue to come up. Stalkers are going to move out. Sentry as well, heading across. Now, interesting because JUMY's still over here with his army. He doesn't actually know about this move out. This is just a little bit of a guess from him. As he moves forward, what does ZOUN want to do? Does he continue the attack? Or does he pull back home? He's going to continue the attack, so he's going to send it. I don't love that because obviously you have the potential to warp in DTs defensively here as JUMY. So a DT warping defensively should go a long way for you. Stalker's going to blink straight up into this main base. Like I say, we should absolutely, I think, just go for... I mean, the issue is going to be that you are somewhat going to get... it's a good stay sword too. You are somewhat going to get kind of outnumbered unit-wise because ZOUN is able to take much better trades here. But like I say, the DTs are causing problems. The Oracle is alive. It's coming across the map right now. The Stalkers go down, so the Oracle should be safe. As the DTs are still adding some damage into these Stalkers. We need to split these DTs up to try and minimize them getting revelated at the same time, right? Stalkers over here get turned around. So JUMY has to back away. There's the Revelation. Both DTs will go down. Going to warp in another DT on the low ground. We needed to get rid of this Oracle. If we got rid of this Oracle, this game would look so different. Stalkers will recall. He could make the dive right now. Blink onto the Oracle. Yep, that's the detection gone, and now DTs will be a much more consistent cleanup. It's just a massive army supply difference. We've got to start getting rid of these Stalkers, and again, DTs are currently our answer. And they will slowly but surely kind of clean up. So how much damage do we take in the process? Can ZOUN essentially force JUMY into a position where he is dead anyways, right? Right now, no pylon power and gateways, so we can't actually do anything as well. We have blinked. Pull the probes, right? I mean, fight with the probes, trap these Stalkers. Any damage right now on these seem important. There's a third base, by the way, over here from JUMY as well. New Oracle on the way, so these DTs really are not going to last forever. I'm just afraid that JUMY is losing so much economy and has just not done enough in terms of dealing with these Stalkers, although a lot of them are low, and now Stalkers are going to start getting one-shot by DTs. The DTs are going to go huge, so we will kill every Stalker, bar 2. That is much more exciting. I mean, that makes it... it feels as though JUMY might be able to hold off now. I mean, the lack of warp pins may still be one of the biggest struggles. I like some DTs going across the map. Jumy's still up 7 workers, but obviously he's been in a lot of trouble. Like I say, having to rebuild pylons and so there's a problem for him as well. This new Oracle showing up in the next few moments. There is definitely an unit advantage here on the side of ZOUN. Drops the first revelation. Gonna keep warping in DTs as JUMY. It's expensive. He just needs to keep some workers alive. He's gonna start doing eco damage on the other side now because there's no detection over here because there's only the one Oracle. We're gonna recall the Oracle, which means that there's no Oracle on this side of the map, so the DTs can hit the Stalkers again. And we are continuing to make our way through these, and the DTs just getting big swipes off. 12 workers, 11 workers right now for ZOUN, and dropping still as the DT in the main base is going huge. ZOUN's gonna say GG. JUMY's gonna take it 2-1. And he is going to win the first series of the day. JUMY bringing it back and getting a win. Everyone keeps complaining at me when JUMY wins series. They're like, oh, Protoss. I'm like, this dude's playing really well right now. He's taking out other Protoss too. You can't complain about balance on that one. Crazy. Crazy. Alright. Yeah, next match up in a sec. Alright, yeah, we're going to get into our next matchup, which is going to be JUMY versus CLEM. So JUMY gets a good start to the group. Let's get this underway. Man, that was a bit of a crazy one. I thought ZOUN was going to get enough up to get it done. Crazy. Alright, let's find CLEM. Some message me saying he's coming. Love it. Alright. Put this down. What's up, Danny the Veteran? How you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 32 months resub. Welcome back. Hello, hello. Good afternoon to you. Oh. Sorry, guys. My voice is all over. All right. I went some ads. Sorry, I was just passing on an issue with the map. Trying to get that sorted out. Beautiful. All right. Some videos coming up. And get going here. I'm looking at the map pools. I'm like, I don't know what I did. Right? I realized that the order in which we play the matches today is not the order I made the map pools for. So these are some of the map pools already that actually have maps that we've played a little bit previously. So yeah, so there's potential to see some maps a couple of times, or maybe even a third time. See what the map pick here is going to be. Clem's like, yeah, I just randomly videoed a map. I'm like, Clem, it's one of the maps we needed. But he does pick Last Fantasy first, so we're gonna go into the 3-player map to start us off on this series. It's gonna be its first time played in this competition. I really like 3-player maps. Like, are they 100% rotationally fair, spawn-wise and stuff? Probably not, but like, I actually do think 3-player... I don't like 4-player maps. I think the randomness in 4-player maps is almost too much, because the map changes too much from, like, cross spawns to vertical and horizontal, but like, I feel like 3-player maps, I'm a little bit more convinced to watch and to enjoy, you know? Waiting for JUMY to pick his second map here. It is going to be... So the other 2 maps are Steam City and Persephone, which we obviously just saw Persephone. And then we've seen Steam City a couple times yesterday. I think that's the only series in which Steam City is available today. Yeah, so it's typically just... yeah, it's typically just... yeah. Cool stuff. Alright, let's get ready to go. As you're ready up, and we've got everyone in here. Let's do it, guys. Let's go into more StarCraft 2 today. Thank you so much for watching. It's the Team Liquid Map Contest tournament by WardiTV. Super excited to see new maps. I always love seeing the new maps. I really do. Super excited. We're 100% going to be adjusting some WardiTV map pools to include some of these TLMC maps. I'm not sure which ones yet. I'm going to see what my favorites are. We may even rotate them after a month or so. But yeah, I think we're going to use some... I think we're going to use some of these maps in WardiTV tournaments, because, yeah, I prefer to, I don't know whether to go up to just 11 maps in the map pool, or whether we should, remove a couple. Not sure what to do. I really want to remove, like, King's Cove and Neon Violet Square. Abyssal Reef isn't as big of a deal, but I really want to get rid of at least those 2. Maybe we -2 maps and +2 maps, or we could -3 and +3. I don't really know, as you can tell. I'm kind of undecided, but... we'll be figuring it out. I think it'll be good. Alright. Top left-hand side is JUMY, and the bottom right is CLEM. It's obviously 3-player map, so these guys don't actually know where the opponents have spawned just yet. This bottom left side is empty, and... You know what, it is funny, because everyone that's scouted on a 3-player map so far, like 5 times, I think it was, I checked in the VOD the other day, it was like 3 times the other day, and I guess once now. Every time someone's scouted, they've scouted wrong. It's a 50-50 choice, and they just keep flipping tails when they're meant to be flipping heads, you know? Yeah, well, someone will scout correctly at some point, I'm sure. They might not have been, they might not be actually 0-4, but it actually happened quite a lot the other day. As JUMY will see nothing in the main over here. See, this is one of the things about 4-player maps. The 4-player map, if you scout incorrectly, there's the potential that you scout the 3rd location, which isn't even... Like, this is why I think 3-player maps are less egregious than the 4-player maps. Because there's a bit of RNG in which direction you scout with this probe. But at least on a 3-player map, once you've scouted one location, you know where they are. Whereas on a 4-player map, that doesn't really happen unless you're forcing cross spawns or forcing certain spawns, at which point... It kind of takes away the the point of a 4-player maps as well, so... Yeah. Probably just going to come over to the corner, just going to sit over there. The Marine going to be chilling nearby as well. Marine's going to patrol. Again, the assembly coming up, the next is coming through. Get set up for a few moments. At least we can agree that the worst maps are the 1-player maps. Yeah. I hate it when you play 1-player. Ugh. Campaign? Ugh. What even is campaign? Maybe 2025 is the year we actually play the StarCraft 2 campaign, guys. Maybe. Maybe that's that could be a thing. I have some fun ideas for some stuff later this year, so it'll be fun to see how it goes. The 4-player maps tend to produce games that are more boring. They tend to produce games that are less fair. Because A, there's a lot more randomness in how you spawn and hence how you scout. But also, there's a lot more randomness on 4-player maps because of the spawn locations really change how the map works, and that can be very beneficial to a race if you spawn a certain way. One of the best examples is Frost. Frost is a very iconic 4-player map. Cross-spawn Frost was insane for Zerg and ZVT. It was so good, right? But horizontal or vertical spawn Frost was horrendous for Zerg and TV. It was so good for Terran. So you're basically flipping the balance of a game based on just the randomness of a spawn. So you're just adding RNG into a game that is very much so designed to be skill expression, not RNG based, right? So if you're adding in RNG, like, I always think RNG is bad in StarCraft 2. Like, a little bit of RNG is exciting, but at the end of the day, like, something as serious as that, it was like, it basically flipped the map from 60-40 one way to like 60-40 the other way if you like looked at the spawn difference and the balance. It's like, you're basically playing with like a 20% change in how good it is based on your spawn, which is obviously just really silly. You know, the best games of StarCraft 2 in my eyes are not ones that have random things happen. They are ones that have good quality gameplay, and you're basically just taking it, you're creating less chance of good quality gameplay and making more of a gamble happen in the first place. This drop has obviously been extremely good for CLEM, as you've been watching. The Widowmine was doing a good job zoning for a while, which kept JUMY away from dealing with this, and now the scout on the proxies is seen as well. So CLEM is fully aware of what is up, what's happening, and Last Fantasy is getting a little bit tricky here for JUMY, as 7 workers go down. Is going to be pretty difficult. Double bunker from CLEM. He's realizing, okay, I see a bit of what you're getting up to. And you think he sees with the proxy, he knows the aggression's coming, so he's just going to double bunker. Probably could roughly guesstimate that it's charged as well. I wouldn't say that that's too crazy of a guess, as the Zealot chases around. The Hellion is going to get chased around a little bit as well. Going to be seeing the bunkers coming up at the front, continue to get settled in. And those Zealots are going to come charging through. This bunker dies pretty quick. So CVs are going to pull a little slow, but I don't think it actually matters. They're not even going to use to repair the next bunker. Zell's just going to try and send and fight. The tanks did a lot of work, actually. As GG says JUMY, that first drop of CLEM, pretty darn deadly. I mean, CLEM is just a beast in this matchup, and obviously, I think fair to say that this is one of the... I don't want to call it a mismatch, because it feels a bit rude, but, you know, it probably is our favorite versus the underdog in the group. So it is the one where you're more likely to see a little bit of drama, etc. Favor of CLEM. We're gonna go to Persephone again here for the next map, guys. Yeah, these maps are not balancing themselves out nicely so far. They're really not. They're not doing me any favors. If it comes to it, guys, we will start. We will just have, like, if certain maps have not been played a lot, we will just force maps in the playoffs as well. We will just say, hey, game 1 has to be this map, and then you guys can veto down for the rest of the series. That is something we've done in the past when the maps do not equalize how much they're being played and stuff as well. So that is absolutely something we can do. So again, I just want to make it super clear we will do everything we can to ensure that obviously the maps get played as fairly as possible in terms of the amount they get played. So yeah, you're not. We have that under control. Alright, setting off into Persephone. Get this underway. In the bottom left-hand corner, our red Terran player is going to be Team Liquid's CLEM. Here's up a game taking on for JUMY. Or just JUMY in the top left-hand side. Our Blue Protoss is 1-0 in this group. Took down ZOUN and put himself in a good position with that PvP victory. Let's see what happens. Alright, so we settle in. Get up and rolling here. JUMY versus CLEM. Just gonna see how Rack's coming through, the gateway coming up. Probe is gonna take a step out onto the map as well. There we go. We get set up. I think the issue with 4-player maps, just to finish off, is not necessarily that, like, close spawn 4-player maps always give bad games, for example, or cross spawn gives, like, bad games. I think it's the randomness of not knowing what you're going into as the player. And so the players are just typically not going to like it because it's a map where it's like, well, I could let it through the veto system, but I could just get randomly screwed. Whereas if you introduce the 4-player, say you introduce the 4-player map as, like, basically the same map, but it's like a 2-player version where it's like it's only cross spawn as one version, and the other version is like kind of the same map, but you only spawn close together or something. I think then the map, those two maps individually would just see a lot more play than if they were a 4-player map, because people know what they're vetoing, people know what they're picking, they know what the game they're about to play is. And then there's a lot less issues with it from start to finish as well, so I mean, this is always going to be debated. It depends what you like in your StarCraft 2. Some people like the randomness. Some people like the RNG. Some people think RNG is the worst thing possible for StarCraft 2. So, yeah. And for the possibility to get randomly screwed should be part of the game. I mean, yes, but then it makes you play differently, but it doesn't. It just makes you veto the map. Right? Like, the problem is, it's like, in this case, you just veto the map. Because it's like, why take the risk of a coin flip on my spawning location? And that's where the problem comes from, because then you just have the map doesn't get played. I mean, they do still get played. But a lot less nowadays than they would have in the past, because the game's more figured out, right? Players don't want to have it. Yeah, I mean, their opponent has the same thing to deal with, right? But, like, if you are... The problem is, though, it's still, like, they have the same thing to deal with, but, like, that means that the worst player should play that map, because there's a higher chance they get a favorable spawn that's going to affect how the game works. So it's just a way for the underdogs to basically take advantage, whereas the better players will never want to play that map because there's just a random chance for no reason that they are then playing an unfavorable map when they could just veto into a map they know is going to be favored guaranteed. That's the problem, right? And like, maybe I actually don't necessarily think it's bad to maybe have one or two of those maps in the map pool. The problem is exactly what Blue Cyclone says, is that then if, you know, we've always had this where the weird ass map comes into game 7 of the series, and if that was a 4-player map and it basically gets called on the coin flip of where you spawn, that's rough, no? I mean, there's just going to be issues with 4-player maps forever, as JUMY loses a gateway, which is rough. He built Void Rays here, which you would think is going to give him some defense, but it's just so many Marines in the Cyclone, and he's trying to go Glaives as well, which eventually might be cool, but I feel like getting to that point is going to be kind of difficult for him at the moment, as Void Rays activate, just going to chase the Viking away. Going to lose one of the Void Rays already as well. Cyclones continue to lock on, just going to be seeing that Stalker going down. Two Depths is going to continue to get picked up, and we're all going to be seeing the Marines and the Cyclones continue to get killed. CLEM is going to take it 2-0, and that will be a series. I think the biggest issue with maps is it's not just saying you should adapt to how the map is, because your opponent also has to deal with that. It's that because you go into the matchup as a certain race, it becomes very difficult, because you already have the asymmetric kind of advantages and disadvantages of playing different races, and then you apply that to the fact that you then have that factor, which is like the maps don't necessarily affect certain players and playstyles as much as they just affect certain races. right? And that's where the issue becomes of when you add randomness to the map, because you already have the fact that there's a lot of variables in StarCraft already, right? And then that's the conflict, I guess. I do think, like, I don't think anyone would complain about 4-player maps if they were playing mirror matchups. It would be much more minimal anyway. Right? It's that interaction of, like, hey, we're playing TVZ, and, like, I want to veto the bad TVZ maps, and then I just don't know if this is a bad or a good map because the spawn is going to randomize it, right? 4-player map means 4 potential spawn locations and not just size of the map, yes. Usually you have potentially cross spawns. I mean, I'll just bring up Frost here. Let me get the video started and I'll bring up this map. I'll show you guys in case you're not familiar with old maps. So it's going to be kind of they're not online yet. Okay. So for example, like Frost. So Frost was a very iconic map, was used a lot early days of StarCraft 2. You have 4 spawning locations, so you can spawn here and your opponent could spawn top right, or bottom left. So yeah, one part of it is scouting and the randomness of scouting, and people figured out ways to deal with that with either you send 2 SCVs out to scout, or you scout cross first, and if not, you already know it's a close spawn, for example. Zergs send an overlord one way, the drone another. You know, people figured out ways to scout. I don't even know if the scouting is as much of a problem nowadays. Although, last time we had 4-player maps in the map pool, we actually saw multiple games just end because people scouted the wrong direction first, and the 12 pool hit and they just died, which was unfortunate. But the problem with this map is if you play cross spawns, this map is kind of confined to each corner of the map. There's a corner here with 4 bases, 4 bases, 4 bases, 4 bases. To take a 5th base, you have to kind of stretch out across the top. You pretty much always take these 4, and then you go like 5th base here, or 5th base here, or something. The problem is, so you go cross spawn, Zergs love it. 1, 2, 3, 4, take your base down here. It's still far enough away. It's pretty easy to cross over. 5th base here if you want. You know, you can pick and choose which one you prefer. In general, Zergs, and I'm going to talk ZVT, Zergs love it. It's a decent rush distance. It's very difficult to pre-siege any of these bases. If you do get siege, they have to come all the way down and across. Now imagine you're playing Zerg and ZVT, and you're in the bottom right, and the Terran's bottom left. The Terran, then all they have to do is walk out of their natural and up this ramp, and they can siege your 3rd. Okay, so you take the 3rd base here. Well, then they can siege your 4th. Okay, well, you take the 4th base over here, but then you're already playing this quadrant of the map way earlier than you want to, and yes, that expands away from the Terran, but then the Terran is already in a very good position down here and can consistently just rally push this position. They wall off over here. You can't do anything counterattacking in. I mean, there's more to it because of the way the map is designed. But the flip and the switch of like how powerful the map was based on the matchup and the spawns and stuff is big. Oh, is it not? I'm on the wrong server. I'm on the wrong server. That's why no one was logged in, because I was on the wrong server. Silly. Alright. Yeah, it's very... I think Frost is actually maybe not even a good example, because I think Frost is actually quite vulnerable. In terms of like how it's laid out anyways, like there's issues with it beyond kind of the 4-player aspect of it. But I mean, honestly, like, I was very open to trying the 4-player maps, and then there was the TLMC where we had 4-player maps. How long? I don't know when that was. It was like 2-3 TLMCs ago, like normal TLMCs ago, was it? Might have been more than that, actually. Wasn't this one? Might have been much longer ago. Yeah, it was way longer ago than I was thinking. When was that? There was definitely a TLMC that forced 4-player maps as like a section, though. or maybe just allowed 4-player maps. I think it was TLMC My Tournament 7, so it was back in 2021. And every time we saw a 4-player map, the games were just worse. Like, unfortunately, like, the games were genuinely just worse, and I think, to me, it was just like, oh, because back then I was kind of into it. I was trying to fight for the 4-player map, you know. I was trying to give them some positivity. I was trying to give them some love, and I just got told to piss off because every game I casted was really bad. It really was as well. They weren't terrible, but like there was a lot of times where I was just like, I can't really defend this. Like this is just an issue with the map layout, or this is an issue with how they've spawned. Yeah, it was TLMC 15. Yep, tournament phase of the 15th team like map contest. Yeah, that was just rough. And since then I've been much more. Since then I've been much more kind of anti 4-player map because I almost just saw it with my own eyes. I don't think they can't work. Yeah, it's rough. Yo, Scorpion, thank you for the 5-month resub. Bianca TQD, thank you so much for the fresh sub. Appreciate it. Do I know why there are almost no offline tournaments anymore? Yeah, because they are fighting to try and make eSports World Cup happen or something, and something's blocking it or not letting it happen easily, and it's very expensive and stuff like that, so. Glad we have a 3-player map. I actually think a 3-player map is, yeah, I think 3-player... I honestly think we could get away with the 3-player maps, personally. I honestly think we could. I actually think a 3-player map belongs in the map pool. I do. There is some rotational issues with 3-player maps, but it's much less than I think with the 4 players, so... Maybe we just need a big 3-player map, so that pushing past your opponent's main base instead of pushing into the natural, something like that difference is always the one that comes around, so that's just not a factor. Alright guys, we're going to see some new maps here. We're going to start up on Kill Switch. I'm super excited. We're going to see Kill Switch Map 1, Sandworm Map 2. So those maps are guaranteed, and we've not seen them yet. And then Antimatter will be Map 3, if we get there, fingers crossed, for this series. Let's get into it. As we have... Ooh. Oh, you know what this map has done? This map, I don't know whether to put ByuN on top of the scoreboard or on bottom, because he's below ZOUN on the spawn, and as they expand, ByuN will take more of the top. But when they're even like this, I would usually go ByuN on the... No, I guess ByuN on the left every time, because he's going to expand upwards. It's because ZOUN's like a little bit up on the map right now, but as he expands down, it won't look like that. So yeah, ByuN on the top. Okay, cool. Alright. Figured it out. Because ByuN's going to take, like, even if he takes this space, he's left to right. So, yeah. Okay, we get ByuN on top. Cool. In the top right side, ZOUN is our blue Protoss player. And in the... not really top left side, just the left side, it is ByuN, our red Terran. Let's have a look at Kill Switch then, because it's a map we've not seen yet, which makes it kind of exciting. We have, obviously, a ton of gold pinballs over here. As this map is by ByuN, it's 16 bases, and there's a watchtower mixed here. So there's a watchtower attached to your main base if you mine out towards it. And there's rocks there too, so I guess you could kill the rocks and then just mine out. I guess you could just kill the rocks and take the tower. That's very cool. So the tower kind of covers your main, but also the top portion kind of access to your main, which is... This is a very open main base. Maybe not for like Blink Stalkers, but for drops and so on. There's so much drop potential around this entire area. So I kind of like the idea there. Yeah, so that's kind of the access point. This is obviously a way into the main base too, so taking control of this tower can tell you if anything weird's happening over on this side. We have ourselves a mineral block into the natural as well, so lots of minerals kind of blocking, definitely one of those themes. And look at ZOUN. ZOUN just going to get engineering bay blocked and decide to take the forward base. This is just because he got engineering bay blocked, so he's just going to take a third. Interesting, he goes here rather than here. I feel like the triangular... I mean, this feels like a weird expansion pattern no matter what, though, rather than just going up here. Maybe later in the game you could have taken a third here because you just mine out these minerals and you just have 3 bases in a line. I feel like this would have been the base to take, but as ZOUN goes elsewhere, Reaper gets set up, and we get this underway. Thank you, by the way, to Scaffler for the fresh new subscription. We appreciate it. Thanks so much for supporting StarCraft 2 and our eSports and our tournaments and our casting. All pros are going to put themselves over, so there's a... Oh, we can already take the Watchtower. Perfect. Wow, so you can take the Watchtower without even mining out the last gold mineral just because of the reach of a Watchtower, I guess? It's interesting. I mean, this doesn't make much difference because you could mine this out anyway. It's like one more trip back, so it's not a big deal. You probably want to mine it. Can you drop something there without mining it out? Probably not. I'm thinking, like, can a marine sit there? Like, if ByuN dropped a marine there or something, could that be a possibility? I don't really think so, though. Here we're going to fight. A couple of probes will begin to take some damage. 2 probes are going to go down immediately. Stalker is going to come across then. The Reaper goes down, but we get 2 probes, which I think we're pretty happy about. There's a gateway on that location as well, as ByuN is just flying his CC out onto the map right now, so we get that underway. By the way, as well, the last thing I want to mention is these slow zones in the middle, I believe, are destructible, is what was called on the introduction. Let me just double check that. Slow zones in the middle of the map can be destroyed. So is that just a collapsible rock tower, I guess? Yes. It's because I couldn't click on it. I was like, huh, is it? But yes, it is. I just can't click on it because there's no one in range. Yeah, that's my bad. Well, Stalker's going to be there. The medevac gets pushed out the other direction. Blink coming up, the gateway coming through. We have the probes and the Stalker on in. We get a Raven on the way up from ByuN as well. Just going to be seeing the medevac out down the bottom side. And this SCV continues to come across. Also just mining out the minerals towards this watchtower. So, I mean, it's just a great watchtower to hold, right? The vision you get to protect the top side of your main base is just huge. There's almost no reason you would ever not take that watchtower, I don't think. Medevac in the bottom right will just chill. A couple of Widow Mines inside. We get a gateway in the Robo facility coming up as well. A couple of pylons getting added on. The Stalker's in position. Instant shutdown. That goes nowhere. Great shutdown considering that this is obviously a weirdly positioned base early for ZOUN. To defend like that makes life so much easier for him. I imagine ZOUN now wants to take this Nexus here and start taking the minerals out here, connect these bases up. I think it's always worth taking these minerals out. Is it? I guess the threat is that a drop comes in and then you can run into this base or run up the ramp into this base, but it gives him... Like, does he need the maneuverability around here? Probably not, actually. He's probably okay. One of these Stalkers is going to sit out of the front of the bunker and the depot's part of the wall at the moment. You have the auto turret coming down. The Raven going to put that into place already. I'm enjoying this. I actually feel like this map's working so far. I love this base. This base seems so exposed. It's also just a big hole in the floor. I always like to see what we can see through those. This base feels so exposed because of the kind of the fact it points out into the middle of the map. Super intrigued to see what ZOUN does to defend this as the game goes on, because to me this is a problem. And I wonder if maybe there's a reason he takes this base super early, because he's like, huh, if I take this base super early and control the map with Stalkers anyway, then I mine out what could be a problem base to hold later in this game, right? One that points out to the middle and could be, you know, a sizable problem, for example. So I think that's pretty interesting. As we continue to settle down, just going to be seeing the... Yeah, we put a depot there. We're going to lock the Marine in. SCV will get back eventually when ByuN realizes. As a few Stalkers continue to gather up. Stimpack Combat Shield, M+1 coming through. Marine Marauder, Medevac all on the way out as well. We have the tank besieging, and the bio going to begin to move towards the natural. The anti-F2 depot. Wow, that's actually super smart. You lock your Marine in, so you can't F2 it away. That actually is an anti-F2 depot. Gee, I didn't even think of it like that. Oh, Morgs, thank you so much for the 17-month resub on the Prime. Welcome back as we step forward. A couple of those Stalkers have to step back already. The Raven in the upper right-hand side is just going to stand away. We'll see a little bit of battery heal, and a few Zelds are going to come through. And a couple tanks are going to siege up. Zelds are going to melt. WardiTV going to go off on one of the sentries. That's rid of the Guardian Shield covering the Stalkers. Our tanks go down, but the Zelds will not be enough here. And ZOUN, I think, is actually going to have a little bit of supply issues. He just doesn't have the numbers. And now, Zelds are going to struggle to come all the way around and deal with this. And so instantly you see the abusability of this position. 2 more probes from the Raven, which is going to go down. Gets hunted down there. Stalkers blink across. Ah, there we go. That's an AFK probe pull. So he takes AFK workers and selects all AFK workers, and because that worker, I guess, is just idle on the tower, it now pulls over here. So the tower vision is lost for ZOUN. It's just going to be seeing a couple of Zelds going down initially. WardiTV's clean up a couple as well. ByuN does have to kite backward as the Guardian Shield allowing some good coverage at the front as well. See the rest of the Zelds coming over. The ByuN now pulls back into the high ground again. That Ghost Academy coming through on the side of ByuN. Continue to bring that into action. The Zelds going down. The Stalkers get jumped on. Some force fields being placed. Marauder lifts off and relocates. A couple Widow Mines are coming through as well. Here we go. A couple of those Zealots are going to get blasted, and we're just going to be seeing the Bioforce turning around once more. Sentry's going to pop up the Guardian Shield. The Zealots from the other side are going to come through as well. A bunch of those Zealots continue to get picked away at. We're just going to get rid of a bunch of those Stalkers. Taking some hits as well. The Bio Army still gathering as the 3rd CC goes into position right here. Gets that put into place. Excellent thermal lines and the +1 armor still coming up, and our Stalkers will still sit at the front. Bio just gathers, pushes the Stalker Zealot force back again. Actually get rid of the Observer here too. I mean, as ZOUN gets into a better army, I mean, this is fun because he's standing out here. I mean, ByuN should be... It's funny because ByuN should be abusing the drops up here, but he's scared to because he presumes this watchtower is taken. So he doesn't think he's going to successfully drop in. But because the watchtower is not actually held right now from ZOUN, he'll probably get away with it. And that's definitely the weak point of ZOUN as he pushes forward on the map. I actually think it's something that ByuN should look to try and utilize anyways, even though you assume the watchtower is there, because I actually think it's just that drawn out. Like, ZOUN is really working here on the map, and that's just so far away from up here. I think that's your way to kind of pull ZOUN back and force him away a little bit. He takes this forward base. I don't know how this map's playing. It's actually a lot of fun so far. A couple of Widow Mines going to get picked away. A couple of Vikings going to lead the charge. We're going to see one Viking is just about going to survive still. Here's Zealots. A few Stalkers continue to step up. The Bio Ghost Widow Mine joining with the Medivacs. You will see a few Stalkers going to step forward. Going to see one Marauder goes down immediately. You get that taken out. The +2 attack still coming through. A few of those Marauders are going to step forward. The Zealots stepping through the center. The army of ZOUN collects down on the bottom. I can count decent if we can kite them backwards as well, protect them from the Stalkers. Should see these Vikings get through a couple of the Colossus. 2 Vikings still remaining here, and both those Colossus getting low. We're going to finish 1, we're going to finish 2. That's really nice, and that's a lot of losses for ZOUN. Now the Marauders are still here. Can they actually get on top of the Colossus? The Immortal goes down. That was taking a little bit of the Marauders' attention. This last Colossus is going to live for the moment, but a new Viking showing up, and a new round of Bio reinvigorated by the potential of no splash damage being on the field is going to come stepping forward. A couple Stalkers are going to come through. That Colossus still chasing. And those 4 bases all set up. The Bio are going to settle. A few Stalkers are stepping forward. They're going to take a loss already. One Stalker goes down right off the bat. Now going to turn onto some rocks. A couple shots going through. Those Zealots will begin to drop. Colossus firing from afar. The Zealots trying to get onto this Bio army as well. We go back and forth. The Medivac still doing their thing up overhead. Turn around towards the back of this mineral line in that Guardian Shield. Is it going to fade? Oh, good EMP. Hits the sentry, so no further Guardian Shields can come up anytime soon unless we energy recharge. is a possibility. As ByuN just sits here, the observer will go down just on the edge of that scan. ByuN gets that. Seems like ByuN's been controlling this game throughout. I'm afraid because I feel like ByuN's been in this position many a time where he's been in a very good spot and eventually just takes one worse fight and then boom, he's out of the game. It's happened quite frequently as we're getting the 2-2 upgrades coming up here on the side of ByuN. He's getting more Vikings coming up. So he's down an upgrade right now. Still denying mining off of this location. 63 workers means that with this being one of the earlier bases of the game, it's maybe not the worst thing in the world. But this is the natural. So you have 2 fresher bases here and here that are mining in full. Step forward again, a couple of results, hit the CC. The 4th base has to live up for just a few moments. Get rid of a few zealots. Nice push away. We obviously want to protect this planetary fortress, allow this position to get up and running. You see ZOUN go for the bigger push up over here. As those rocks, by the way, they can be knocked down to collapse those slow zones, speed up the access through the middle of the map. This is an overwhelming force all of a sudden, as ByuN was just out of position is what it is, as the Vikings should be able to get the Colossus here, at least though the Stalkers are too far back. There's more than enough Vikings. Yeah, my concern for ZOUN is at this stage you usually have Disruptor starting to come through to replace the Colossus. Right now we only have 1 Disruptor in production, there's 1 out, so we're getting there. This would have been worse if ByuN had pushed that back and been able to keep chasing. It's not the case as the scan comes down and trying to allow the Widow Mine to fire, which once again means this base is not mining, but ZOUN gets access to another base in the bottom right-hand corner. Around, Widow Mine goes off, couple probes getting grabbed, the Zealot Stalker Force, Colossus as well, back into the middle, and there's going to be another round of Zealots warping in from ZOUN as they rally through the front. Taking out a Widow Mine. Rock's already taking some shots, another Disruptor shot trying to come through, another one again. Clips a Marauder on the very edge of range. Army of ZOUN settles, and what are we going to do here? We're going to try and run up this ramp. EMPs a lot of the army. Has to dodge the Disruptor, which is a great Disruptor. It actually gets 2 active Widow Mines. Vikings need to step back. This is exactly what I was kind of on about, why I'm scared of ByuN being in the position he was in, is that I feel as though it was just going on a little bit too long, and he wasn't really breaking through, and this seems to happen to him quite a lot. I like the peel away here. I mean, there's a base for him to hit here. I even think just access points on this side of the map are something he could work towards. ZOUN has not taken down these rocks to give him easier access from the center back towards this base. That could be something that comes into play eventually as ByuN. I actually think he's going to drop the main base, and I think he's going to force a recall, which is going to be much needed for him right now. Just stay away from the Disruptors. The Zealots trying to get the wraparound here. There's a lot of Zealots, and we are going to have to keep cutting back. Remember, a lot of supplies in those medevacs. They drop 4 base at the moment, as the SCVs begin to take a whole chunk of damage. You do have to drop the recall here as this base over here starts to take some hits as well. The Zealots coming through, the ByuN going to hit, just going to be having a couple of medevacs flying over. ByuN is throwing a lot away in these attempted drops. It's forced ZOUN back, but it was, like I say, very expensive for him overall. Disruptor shot trying to come through. The Vikings, the Liberator joining up together. These odds come through. The Liberator setting up. It's going to be seeing me. I'm going to continue to come through. Just going to be seeing the EMPs coming down. The Zealots keep on hitting. Disruptor still flying. I'm just going to be seeing our ByuN still getting ripped to shreds, basically. It looks as though that's going to be about it. GG gets called. ZOUN is going to take game number 1. Like I say, I felt like ByuN had a lot of control in this game, but ByuN seems to get stuck in those moments a lot of the time lately. That will be that for game number 1. Alright, game 2 coming up in a moment. As our second map here is going to be on Sandworms, another one of the ones we've not seen yet. Oh, waiting for ZOUN to join the lobby. We can go. Sorry guys, just taking a second to get it sorted. Alright, ByuN and ZOUN both ready. We have 7 casts, which is what we had earlier. Oh. Swap down into the right position. We can go. Alright, we are going to go into our next game here, guys. Game number 2. Sandworm, another map that we've not seen yet, so excited to see how it works out. Excited to see what we get. Little info on this map, I suppose. My character. Oh yeah, this one's got a lot of info. Cool. Alright, let's have a little peek. I'm getting game. In the top left-hand side, our blue... top right-hand side, our blue Protoss player here is ZOUN. He is up 1 game. This best of 3. Taking on the red Terran in the bottom left-hand side. ByuN. A main base. You want to take this third, protect the Blinkins to this main and so on for sure. This is a great Blinkin map. No, it is a pretty compact main base, so I guess tank here covers the natural and covers a lot of the main base coverage, so maybe isn't so bad when you think of TVP and Blinks. Natural comes down there. There are a gold base available but blocked by rocks, so you've got to clear that out to be able to take this gold base. Basically just trying to deny gold bases being taken super early in the game and being utilized by certain races more so than others. You got some refineries up in the main. Middle of the map, there's some teeth. So these are called the Dragon's Teeth, apparently. And the idea is that it slows down the advancement of larger units, and obviously, I believe the little units can just pass through in between. So kind of like Neon Violet Square, just a much less of an idea. Just takes a bit longer for most units to get around. So yeah, let me just double check this. Yeah, it's basically just a choke point for large units. So large armies are going to struggle a little bit more through the center, so you're going to want to clean out those rocks and obviously attack through the sides a bit more. And same thing over here, so kind of choking up the map a little bit here and there. So I was just trying to figure out. Actually, so what is interesting as well about these rocks, so you can actually expand here and then kill the rocks after. So you can expand, then kill the rocks. So it does let you you can still go and put your base in position and then kill the rocks as your base is kind of building or so. So that is a possibility too. So that's actually kind of interesting. So yeah, that's where we're at. As Reaper hops up, Adept is going to be there. I'm going to turn the Reaper away. The Adept going to just shade out through the center. As the Reaper heads down to that bottom left-hand side. From the Hellion gather, again, 2 Reapers coming about. Starport on the way here from ByuN as well. Sorry guys, I still have this little bad throat that's just still hanging on in there after a couple of weeks. I have to stop and cough every now and then. Alright, Reaper's Hellions going to fight against some Adept, but Battery is going to shut down the majority of this right now. Reaper's Hellions making their way across. A little bit of interaction through the centers. The Phoenix are out in the middle, and the units coming through those little choke points that we've seen. So ByuN getting very aggressive very quickly against these Phoenix. We'll have a good amount of anti to deal with this. Cybercore under fire forces the units to potentially come through and play defense. ByuN starts to turn around. Same idea right here, just waiting for the second Cyclone. Cyclone locks already onto the Adepts as the Phoenix are going to get a lift, and first Cyclone looks as though it will go down. That's the power of these Phoenix, able to lift up some of the important units and knock them down very quickly. A couple more units coming across from the other side. The Adepts are going to fall, and that's going to be the end of the ground army, but then there's nothing left to really fight the Phoenix off. A couple of Hellions will dive and not get very far. The Liberator will siege the main. It's basically just a sacrifice. We'll see how quickly ZOUN deals with that as the first probes do begin to drop here already, so 4 or 5 workers going down very swiftly. Phoenix move into the main base, clean this Liberator up. That's going to be at least 5 probes, so we get something out of all of this work-wise in the end. But that's going to be about it for the moment. Phoenix lifting, a couple of those Marines get taken out. Extended Thermal Lance, Phoenix, Colossus. Building in from ZOUN as well. Just going to be seeing the Phoenix coming over, and we will see a little grab right there. So just going to be able to nab that. Phoenix is going to show up. Missile turret going to be right there. Turn the Phoenix away the other direction. Stim pack, combat shield continue to come up. Missile turret shoots. Just going to fight back. Just going to be seeing the Marines and the Cyclone gathering together. Again, our stim pack, combat shield +1 coming through. Have the extended thermal lance into play as well. Let's get all of this rolling here for the moment. So far, looking honestly pretty good. I think ByuN and ZOUN are both very much so alive and kicking in this one. And hoping, obviously, I mean, every game in the map contest, we want to go a bit longer because we want to see as much of the maps as possible. So, especially the Sandworms. We've not seen them much yet, so it'll be cool to see. Phoenix gathering up. obviously this push from ZOUN again to be pretty serious as he just about hits 3 bases, but he's not probed up that 3rd base at all, so he definitely wants to strike here. This timing is so powerful because you're just basically bio-focused as the Terran. Kinda, I think, need a second bunker, because without a second bunker, you just don't have enough protection at the front. Let's see. This first bunker going to get beaten up immediately by the Colossus. And ByuN trying to hold back a little bit. Wouldn't mind is getting picked off already. And this is the issue. Like, the Colossus are just able to bully you right now. You do not have any anti-air really available. Second round of Viking should be popping, but he's only had 1 in production. Lift the orbital up. And we're just going to have to send this. Here we go. Going to run straight on through. 16 SCVs already going down. Looks as though ZOUN's timing here is going to be absolutely spot on. And the defense of ByuN was just not what it needed to be for a situation like this. Looks as though that is going to be a GG's. And it is going to be ZOUN to come through powerfully and to get straight into action there. So very nicely done by ZOUN. And puts him into a 2-0. So bounces back from the loss against JUMY. And obviously for him, that's going to put him into a much better spot in this group in general, as ZOUN will stick around for our next series. Unfortunately, we don't get to see Antimatter. Hopefully we get to see that one at some point soon. Yeah, first look of Sandworm and Killswitch. Really enjoyed Killswitch especially. As this time we are actually going to go to NA. And hop on over to the series between ZOUN and CLEM. So that TVP coming up in just a few moments. I'll take a quick break here, guys. We'll be right back. More StarCraft coming up when we return with ZOUN versus CLEM. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for the extended break. We're just about getting in game. Players were BRB and stuff as well. So just took an extra moment or two to sort something out. So we're going to see Diffusion, Sandworm, and if we get to map 3, the grid will be played, which is one we've not seen yet. So fingers crossed for that. Yeah, we're starting the grid, pylon, and antimatter, the only maps that we've not seen played at all yet. So yeah, we'll getting towards those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 casters. Players ready. Going to get in game. Alright, so we head into Diffusion. Get this underway. As we have in the bottom left, our red Terran player. This is going to be CLEM. Prepping the Team Liquid. While in the top right, our blue Protoss player is ZOUN. Did I end up getting my 4-pack of Monster Energy drinks yesterday? No. I didn't go to the shop yesterday. Maybe today. I still have some from last time they sent me some, actually. I'll be cranking them out for the weekend for sure. Alrighty, so Diffusion, one of the maps we've seen maybe the most of. It also got some love during the qualifier. Let's see what happens. Am I going to the offline tournament in Bulgaria? I highly doubt it. They didn't invite me last year. I've never talked to anyone from this event at all. So I'm gonna say probably not. But would love to if they want me. Love to, obviously, but I'm gonna assume probably not.
Game paused.
And drops a little pause down for a second. Hopefully nothing too major. NP equals no pause. That'd be funny. Yeah, you say NP, it's just like, oh, because you said NP, you get to unpause immediately. Keyboard issue. Clem's so chilled. I was like, take your time. What about our schedule, Clem? No thoughts about that, huh? Obviously, hopefully it isn't anything too serious. We can get back to it nice and quick. Cheers, how are you? Thank you so much for the 2-month resub. Still working, but need to support SC2. Hell yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Game resumed.
Let's get back to it. Diffusion, our map. Have one of this best of 3. As we settle down, we'll look to see what happens. See where we take this over the next little bit. Definitely some setting up to be done here. especially waiting for the tech choice from ZOUN. As CLEM builds into the Hellion, get himself some presence on the map already. And ZOUN is going to show us the Stargate opening. CLEM is so deadly against the Stargate. This is why I'm interested, because ZOUN seems pretty confident in the Stargate. I think CLEM is very good at kind of denying it, so it's kind of an interesting match that we get here. Couple stalkers gather up. We'll get on the way through. Phoenix coming about. And we do see the medevac boosting across the map here from CLEM. Here we go with a mine, a few marines. Excuse me, make their way straight around. Let's see a few lifts coming in. The marine's going to drop back down. The adept takes some more damage. Medevac gets picked off, and the few probes going down already. Liberator of CLEM coming across to the other side. Viscounts and Forge both coming up. And ZOUN, over with the Phoenix, able to knock down some of the harassment of CLEM. Get that cleaned up nice and quickly. And now poking in on the natural. So ZOUN actually want to apply some pressure here. And CLEM loses his Cyclone very quickly. And to pull the SCV, loses a mule off of that. Remember, ZOUN's in a weird place in this group because he beat ByuN, but he lost to JUMY, which puts him in a really weird position where losing to CLEM would put him 2-1. And that could be very weird for him. Obviously puts his kind of fate in the hands of others. Could still get through in a tiebreaker, but yeah, it's a tough position in this group for ZOUN. CLEM, as he pushes this back, will not just push it back easily, he will chase across the map and actually try and hunt this down for a little bit, so going right across the other side. And drop a CC down into the front. Obviously, Phoenix gives you so much map control. Can't really imagine CLEM is in any rush to try and run across the map or anything against that. Two Vikings, two medevacs coming over. The Temple Archive setting up as well. Vikings will chase as the Phoenix get pushed all the way back for a few moments here. And we'll take the watchtower again, so CLEM's still holding the center of the map. A little poke of hallucination on the other side, nothing too crazy there. Phoenix still gathering together. I mean, the medevac's actually going to get by. Only for a few moments though, as we begin to unload. ZOUN stepping up, just going to come charging through. This drop isn't going to do much, but it's giving CLEM the chance to run into the third base. But ZOUN's defending that very well too. Enough zealots here to turn CLEM away, so CLEM is not going to succeed in attacking through this. Mine's going off, zealots taking a bit of a beating once again. And for the moment at least, it seems as though ZOUN is going to take control of this. I mean, he's pushed CLEM back in two different fronts. I think this is becoming a little bit of a ZOUN situation right now. ZOUN's best matchup probably is the PvT, by the way, in case you're not familiar with his game. He is very good in this matchup, has been very well very well kind of reserved in the results lately. In this matchup too. And he had to beat CLEM in the pig tournament, I believe. Yeah, ZOUN is no slouch, that's for sure. And so do you have equal supplies here. ZOUN getting toward the storm, that's going to be his next stepping stone into the future of this game as well, so he will get that all readied up. Solid Stalker gathering together for a few moments. Going to be seeing the Road Bay and some gateways continuing online as well. Stepping forward, actually going to eat a couple of storms right off the bat, so that's going to be something you got to be super careful of from here on out. Don't let that just kind of fire through every time without a little bit of caution at the very least. So yeah, we'll need to take care in that regard as the ByuN meets a few more units. A little bit more damage being done for now. Big load up. Once again, CLEM just not afraid to lift up everything and try to find some damage, so making a pretty committed move. It's going to leave him very weak in the center of the map here, so it's going to already be backing away, as you can see. Obviously, this means he's got a lot of units going the other way, and we wonder how ZOUN will respond once he picks up on the fact that that is what's happening. Because right now, it doesn't really feel like he's doing much about it. The medevac's going to get right into this main base, so immediately will create some danger, forces the recall. Obviously, CLEM could have done with that a few moments earlier just because he was already under some pretty hefty attacks and was maybe arguably struggling a little bit to kind of come out the other side. Well, wouldn't mind shots, and now the rest of this army continues to step over. Chased by some Phoenix, though. CLEM did fine for himself. If it protects these units as well and gets them out alive, then obviously we like it even more. I feel like it becomes an even better setup, better position to continue through from. CLEM pulls back himself, and the rest of the army still settling up into the center here. Two Vikings going to sit overhead along with everything else. This one, ship weapons coming through. We got ourselves the 2G upgrades coming about, the starport coming online as well. And the army just continues through into the center, a little bit of bio. Stepping forward, there is a storm coming down already, the few zealots. Gonna get hit, the Phoenix gonna come about, get rid of a Viking as well. Scan into the center one more time, and the army still from ZOUN pulling away to the upper left-hand side, so just trying to get out of there. ByuN loads. A couple of Phoenix already going to take some shots as well, so a few more hits coming through. We're just going to have ourselves the medevacs loading back up. We're going to load away from that watchtower. Storm comes down, hitting that bio army. Wouldn't mind. Potentially aims towards the Phoenix. Giving chase, the Stalker's blinking through, the ZOUN's trying to get there. A couple of Phoenix still chasing as the medevacs unload on the other side. The Bio and the Ghosts coming around together as well. And Templars on the high ground. Good Storm. Very good Storm, actually. As the Bio gets struck, wouldn't mind. Oh, actually gonna get a lot of the ZOUNs just because there was so many mines right there. And ZOUN wasn't really aware, I think, of just how many were about to fire, so he wasn't really paying too much attention. Stepping away at the moment, CLEM as he kites backwards. Again, I gotta give it to ZOUN. His army is looking convincing. He's keeping himself in a good position here in this game. I like what he's doing. I like where we are at. More shots coming through. That Colossus will go down. A few more storms into play. So that Stalker's the Arc. I'm going to continue to come across as well. So just going to run right over there as we do go back the other direction for just a few moments. Continue to get set up. ZOUN keeps chasing, but we drop the Vikings down the ground. I actually think we've got a defense somewhat available still. I don't think we're looking too crazy to kind of suggest that there's a defense coming up here. Now the Storm comes in, the Bioforce is going to be forced to slip backwards with a few Stalkers and try and poke about a little as well. Cleanup's being made. As we now resettle ourselves. Kanna's going to chase forward a little bit. A couple snipes coming through. The problem with ZOUN's army currently is it's just Zealot Stalker. Like, this is the point where I actually almost think I'd rather see Disruptors on the way than Colossus. Because I feel like at least Disruptors can start to kind of, split this army apart a bit. Colossus I struggle to see being potentially well enough defended. So that might just have kind of an issue of its own here. But for now, the Colossus does get to gather up and just get to move through. Go back and forth a little bit, kind of fight. Army still stepping up right here, just going to be coming straight through the front. Obviously, directly through the center is the plan. Then for ZOUN, who he's going to get a little surrounded. The Prism is going to get warping a bit further back, so that should help. Just isn't good enough overall as continue to sit tightly here, and the rest of the army continues to gather up. Zealot's just going to peel away to the side, so ZOUN not going to continue committing too much. He's going to at least try and shift some directions here, if possible. Come stepping through. He could put a bit of movement around the middle of the map, seeing how this middle of the map can really work a little bit, and how we can trade against this. That's pretty neat. Colossus will take that chance to knock down some rocks. Bio shows up 12 o'clock though, as well, and CLEM already bouncing back through, looking for damage, looking for some danger. into put his opponent into a difficult place whenever possible. Marauders go chasing after High Templar. Disruptor can gather as well. Again, ZOUN's army is scary. It's 100% something which is... I mean, I could see ZOUN's army winning a fight, right, at the end of the day. It's still very much to our... I didn't like the Colossus rebuild at first, but he's got so many now that I don't mind it as much. I was more worried about the immediate danger that I felt ZOUN was in, but obviously at this point he's not in as immediate a set of danger. And the Colossus are all living on low HP, which is fantastic efficiency-wise. That might actually make a bit of a difference here as we continue through. So let's talk Colossus, continue to come across now. Let's see how Bio still chasing back. Stalkers blink in. We're going to grab a medevac. It's those Colossus. If you can't touch those Colossus, you're in trouble. And CLEM needs a few more Vikings to come up and online to once again to be able to get going again. The storm comes through. That's some melting. The problem is if it's not the Colossus firing, then the Bio does fire up such huge amounts of damage. Two Stalkers going down, a couple of Colossus. It's going to get picked away at as well. It looks as though it's danger time for ZOUN. He gets a Disruptor mixed in here. Definitely Disruptor time from here on out, I think. Rebuilding that Colossus count a second time is going to be extremely difficult, but the Prism falls as well. Good split from CLEM. Both Disruptors will fall, and ZOUN is running away with his tail between his legs, and nothing really to show for this at the end. A hard-fought game that is going to trickle over into CLEM's favor in the end. Just over that right-hand side. You unload onto the watchtower. Stalker's still moving. The Bio on that bottom right side. They start a fight, and the MP goes down. A couple of units going to get picked away at. CLEM obviously not with everything here, but he is still going to dive through. Gets himself one of the Disruptors as well. CLEM obviously now with a pretty sizable supply advantage, but just playing it safe and steady. It's been a funky game, right? So a couple of Disruptors going down. It's been a long back and forth game, so it's hard for CLEM to maybe identify that this was the fight that broke ZOUN truly down. CLEM is going to take game one of this best of three as ZOUN taps out of here and gets done on diffusion. This map continues to give us some pretty good games so far. So it will, on its third showing, once again, just giving us a good time. So CLEM gets that first game win. We're going to be going to Sandworm for map 2. It's a good game. Actually getting very good games in the TLMC this year. Games have been really good. And we're only like halfway through Group B. Yeah, games have been great. But all the casters and none of the players. It's never a good combination. Alright, let's cheer on ZOUN a little bit, guys, because I'd love to see the grid for map number 3. Not seen that one yet, so I'd love to see that get its chance. Ready in GLHF says CLEM. Waiting for ZOUN to do the same for us. Let's do it. All right, game number 2 coming up, guys, to kick this into play. And we head into Sandworm. In the bottom left-hand side, our red team player taking the 1-0 lead. It's going to be CLEM. In the top right, our blue Protoss is a ZOUN. Alright, so we set up Sandworm we saw just a little earlier on. This map went from not being played at all, now being played a second time. Exciting to see. Because if he's will nibble, Pro will take some shots. We're gonna run across, just gonna go see what's up. We're gonna start fighting onto the pylon. Next coming up, Nexus and the Twilight Council continue to come through. Stalker, Orb Gate continue to get set up right now. The orbital command coming through. Reaper will just make its way across. And there's a Stalker and the Adept's already in position to turn that Reaper around, so Reaper getting pushed back with immediate effect. Impact, Combat Shield, both continuing out right now. We've seen our blink continue through, Robo Facility coming up. see the Adept gonna chase, the Reaper's gonna get hunted a little bit. I see the Reaper taking some shots. The Nexus, couple probes, the Observer coming through. Now have the army of CLEM continuing to move through into the center. The Stalkers gonna get rid of a Marine, looking to try and get rid of a couple. Three Marines going down, the rest of the Stalkers continue to take quite a lot of shots. Chasing up toward that high ground. It's gonna be seeing a couple extra Stalkers getting warped in, and they will be right there to push this back to the other side. Clem just keeps on stimming though. He's going to find himself a few more Stalkers. Putting a lot of Marauder damage onto the Adept. I think both Marauders are hitting the Adept there, which is actually pretty huge because that's a lot of damage, bonus damage lost. They were hitting the Stalkers, I think. ZOUN loses a couple more units already. And this Clem will be turned around and forced back. Now the few Stalkers continue to come through. Marines and the Marauders continue to be chased. As the Stalkers continue to hunt, a Marine goes down as well. Marines, couple Marauders, +1 attack upgrade continue to come about. And we get our medevacs on the way through from Clem as well, so we continue to get that going. The charge coming up. Had a Forge on in there, had some probes, Stalker. Continue to bring that into play as our bio will sit there once again. A little bit of bio. Just going to be chasing a few Stalkers. Going to turn around the other side. Some Marines taking damage, and the bio is going to get chased upwards. Some Stalkers are going to get pushed up once more. So we get pushed around. And the bio still just gathering up. A couple of medevacs are going to get joined in. Marine Marauder medevac still pushing here as Clem settles down up towards the top side. ZOUN is halfway to +1, which would even out upgrades for a bit. Charge going to be very important for him as well, so just trying to get that brought into play at the moment. Water Mine's just going to get jumped on there. They both go down. The Biofor is going to come over. Stalker's going to get shoved. He's going to be seeing one of those going down immediately. The Bio will continue to trade as the couple of Stalkers continue to drop and push those Stalkers away. Now we get some Bio unloading into the top left side of the main base. Next is going to recall up there. Takes quite a lot of units into the main base, which maybe gives Clem the chance to break through at the front. Can the Zealots hold their ground? I mean, yes, but losing quite a few of their numbers. The Stalkers, after recall into the main, are already back down to the low ground, so you've got to question, does that stop that medevac from coming back in again? A few more Zealots still showing up. The Zealots doing their thing, and definitely able to kind of tank a lot of damage and push straight back through once more as that bio regathers. Another Zealot goes down. Again, Marine Marauder medevac still coming up. The armor upgrade coming through as well. We've seen our bio is going to pull back a little bit. A few Stalkers coming through, medevac going down. More Zealots getting picked away at here. Stalkers and sentries coming about. The Marines are going to get through, get rid of that Zealot. Now picking their way through some of those probes. And get rid of a Colossus over on that right-hand side as well. Just going to be seeing the rest of this continuing around. Just going to be having Clem. Looks as though he is doing enough to just about break through here, I think. The Stalkers will get forward. They will pick off another Widow Mine. The Marines continue to fight. The Zealots still taking damage. 8 probes have gone down here. And Clem will be losing the last couple of Marines. But yeah, 40 army supply lead, now 30 army supply lead after a warp in, but that kind of shows you where we're at. It's just not really too much to work with on the side of ZOUN as the bio moves over. Medevacs come about. The Prism on that bottom side is going to get cornered in. The Mine's actually going to blow that prison up, so don't have to deal with that anymore. That's really nice. One of the ways that ZOUN could have maybe bought time, maybe done damage to spin a game around, but now unlikely to continue in that direction as the medevac's going to get intercepted. One Stalk, one medevac goes down, but the Stalkers are very much so stuck, blinking across the sides. Obviously, the Bioforce does not care much about these little choke points. It chokes them up a little bit. It slows down some of the progress. It's funny because if they were smarter, they would have split across some of the few extra choke points and made it a bit smoother. But it doesn't really matter too much, especially in this situation as CLEM continues to push around this right-hand side. Stalker's going to get rid of that Viking. And yeah, Bioforce is going to jump straight onto this Nexus. The few Zealots are still going to charge up. Mine's firing through as well. Stalker still taking damage. The Zealots are going to try and charge back over this side as well. I mean, we are doing everything as ZOUN to survive on this right side base. He's double expanding too. There's a base coming up to the 12 o'clock at the same time. Stalkers get rid of another Widowmine here. CLEM begins to knock down the rocks, open up the gold base possibility. They're all shared health pools as well, so you hit one, they all go down. And again, the whole idea is just to basically make, the idea is just to block it in such a way that none of those mineral patches are accessible until you knock those rocks down. You can put your base there before the rocks are knocked down. That's why they're in the shape that they are. It doesn't completely block the base being taken. It's about blocking the mining. Anyway, CLEM cleans those out. He does get a little bit caught with this group of units, and that's a good catch from ZOUN. He's going to need a few of those to help him out here at the moment. As you see the Bio continue to chase. A few Zealots getting chased down as well. And again, a few extra ghosts continue to come about. A couple of Vikings coming in. Add some barracks into play. That CC is going to drop down into the center. But I might as well fire. A couple of those Zealots getting picked away at. Infantry Fortress is going to have to lift off. The Bioforce will chase. The Vikings are going to come through as well. Coming straight over. Getting rid of both those Colossus. GG gets called from ZOUN, and that is going to be that one. GG's. Alright, so that's going to be GG's. That is going to be our series there between CLEM and ZOUN. That's going to be a 2-0. And that will be that. Alright, so we got to see Diffusion again, and we got to see Sandworm again, which is nice. For some reason I've given Diffusion an extra mark already for no reason. Unfortunately, we don't see the grid yet, but maybe in JUMY versus ByuN we can see the grid come through. Alright, let's see what we get as we're going to go into ByuN versus JUMY. So this group's getting very interesting, guys, because obviously right now we are going to be seeing ZOUN 1 and 2, ByuN 0 and 1, JUMY 1 and 1. So if JUMY wins against ByuN, he advances. I mean, straight up, if JUMY beats ByuN, he is going to advance no matter what. So kind of in the hands of JUMY. If JUMY loses to ByuN, he can't advance. He will always have a worse map score than ZOUN. So that's where we kind of sit heading into that. I'll be back in a few moments, guys. Next match coming up in a sec. BRB. Alrighty, welcome back, guys, as we get set to go into our next matchup here. JUMY versus ByuN is going to be coming up as we have got the vetoes. We're just waiting to get into it. See what will happen again. If JUMY wins, he's guaranteed through the group. If ByuN wins, then it really depends what happens with CLEM, and then there's a tiebreaker situation between ByuN and ZOUN. Now, JUMY will never have a better map score than ZOUN if JUMY loses this series. So JUMY has to win to advance. He can't advance on the 1-2 tiebreaker potential. So that is pretty much known from the get-go. So yeah, that's where we excuse me, sit at the moment. As ready gets called. And let's go into game number 1 of this best of 3. Important one for JUMY. Be cool if he could make it through. Let's see, JUMY beat ByuN 2 days ago. Yeah, someone mentioned it. I didn't see the games, but interesting. Alright, let's go. How a tiebreak is decided, map score, then head-to-head score. Yeah, so map difference is, so wins versus losses difference. So right now, JUMY's -1 and ZOUN is -1, which means that if JUMY lost, he would always be less than -1. And then it's head-to-head. We don't do, like, map wins, because that's just kind of choosing to me, that's just, we've already done map difference. Choosing just map wins is kind of arbitrary. It's saying, like, it basically just ignores the fact that you've had more losses potentially anyways, if your map score is the same or your map difference is the same. Because if you've won more, you've also lost more if your map difference is the same, right? So I don't really personally like that one that much. So yeah, it's just map difference and then head-to-head. As we get into game 1 of this best of 3. Well, the Simulator's coming up, Gateway coming about. I'm just going to be seeing the racks and the gas continue through on the side of ByuN. As we get set up here between JUMY and ByuN and get this underway, I'd like to see what will happen. Probe gets down to the bottom, reactor coming about, the orbital command coming through. I'm just going to be seeing our Cyber Core coming in, add a gateway onto that as well. And that probe just patrolling along that bottom side for the moment. Yeah, Cyber Core finishing, just going to get the Stargate started as well. Just going to bring that straight up. Probe gets away from that bottom side. Again, a couple of depths coming through. The Reaper's coming up. So we get that underway immediately. Probe escapes up that right side. Again, the Stargate and the depths coming through. The Warp Gate building. And, yeah, with this little proxy play, looking to get in early. You know, this is going to be very powerful. An Oracle against someone that's going to build a couple of Hellions, 4 Reapers. There's not going to be a lot of anti-air here in these early stages, especially because ByuN does like to go kind of heavy on the harassing units. I think the important thing for JUMY is that he's going to have to make sure he can defend well too. But, I mean, he's got 2 gates because this is 1 base right now. So he's got 2 gates. He's going to have a bunch of adepts. So defensively, he's actually going to be set up very well. The build is kind of spot on to just make ByuN's life very difficult. Because like I say, usually you kind of need the Oracle to defend, or Reapers and 2 Hellions, but in this case you just really don't, because he's going to have so many Adepts. Now obviously again, he's going for a much later command center, so that is a factor. It needs to make sure he does this Oracle correctly, moves it in the right way, make sure you get as many SCVs as you can here. We are going to start running out of energy on that Oracle pretty quickly. Again, 3 Adepts are going to catch 1 Reaper. The Shade should be able to catch a second, but he doesn't Shade. He'd rather pull away. He doesn't want to get himself stuck chasing. As the Oracle turns back around to the upper right, Cyclone Marines continue to build up on the side of ByuN. Couple SCVs going down on the other side as the Oracle is here once more. This is Oracle 2, no? Yeah, this is Oracle number 2. I believe Oracle number 1 is actually recalled back home. So Oracle number 1 recalls home. I'd love to see an NG overcharge on it, actually. Give this Oracle some energy to work with. So far, we've killed, what, like 6 workers, a Reaper, and 2 Marines. It's not bad. But of course, you were later on the Nexus for this. Your 9 workers ahead as your Nexus finishes soon, so maybe this ain't all so bad in general. Must be seeing our Reapers, Hellions moving up around that right-hand side. Again, charge coming up. We had a couple of probes on in there. Gonna be seeing the Reapers and the Hellions coming around that right side. The Oracle gonna float right across to the far right as well. Just gonna be seeing the Stalkers. A couple of those Hellions begin to go down. Reapers as well. 1 Hellion, 1 Reaper to get into the base. It's a reasonable defense as we're gonna get a probe. That should be it though. We get rid of the Hellion first as well, so no splash. Yeah, a bit of a chase down from JUMY, but this attack Reaper units gets cleaned up early. I like the bunker a lot from ByuN. Very safe, and in a game where I think safety is paramount, especially with the way that JUMY is setting up to play. He's going straight into charge. JUMY actually has a lot of Stalkers, but he's building charge. Now, if he doesn't start warping in Zealots right now, I'm pretty sure this is then a mistake. Because it doesn't feel like he wants charge with what he's building, but he might have just been, okay, he's starting to warp in Zealots. He might have just been building those Stalkers because he felt like he needed them, you know, as a defensive unit with range initially. And now obviously going to start getting the Zealots warped into play charge from him. He goes armor as well, so it does look like he's going to play very Zealot heavy, so it looks as though that is a decision and the correct one from him. It's just obviously wondering, you know, charge is about to finish. There was 0 Zealots on the map at that point. It was definitely a question mark. The Zealots charge through, the SCV goes down. Just going to see another Zealot gets warped in. The Oracle's pulled back a little bit as well. Another tank will siege. Just going to see our factory going to move up to the top. It's going to drop down onto the reactor. +1, Stim. Continues through for us at the moment. Just going to be seeing a couple of missile turrets coming about as well here from ByuN. Got a couple of gateways being brought up as well. Continue to bring that into play. Again, blink coming up. We get ourselves the +1 armor on the way about. Solid Stalkers gonna come over and just gonna chase this medevac. It's kind of a big deal because that's got 2 Cyclones inside. Of course, there's no blink, right? So you can't chase this down as easily. Those are 2 Zealots, not Stalkers showing up. Oracle's over here. Yep, just no anti-air, unfortunately. We can track the medevac, but don't think we're going to catch it. Maybe these Stalkers got a shot off? Yes, it does, and we actually do get rid of 1 Cyclone. However, oh no, he shoots his own Oracle as well. Yeah, that 1 Cyclone got out, and the Cyclone got out, targeted an Oracle. I think it was going to die anyways, but then obviously shooting it doesn't exactly help, as ByuN's doing a great job of making JUMY run around, and this is the advantage you have as ByuN, because JUMY chose to play without blink, right? He chose to play basically without the mobility of it all so far. As Zealots and Stalkers continue through the center. Stasis is what's still setting up. Blink and +2 armor coming in. We get a prism going. Additional Zealots are on the way out. All of that being brought through here currently. It's a big stasis actually. That caught a group of units over here heading towards that pylon. Slows ByuN's clearance of the map up as Jumy's on a warp in High Templar. Just for Archons right now, there's no Storm available. Medevac might have just been glimpsed by the probe. I think so. We're going to get some warp-ins. These Zealots just to try and get on top of the units as they begin to unload. But it's a slow warp-in on that final Zealot. It wasn't attached to a Nexus or Gateway. Getting all the way into the back of the Natural in the end, and that's where ByuN decides to unload to try and deal some damage as JUMY wants to pull the workers to deal with this. The feedback goes down like that. Get rid of any healing of potential. Link is now available, but again, we're getting caught up on the mineral patches, on the mineral lines. It's been a big game of kind of getting caught on things, it feels like, for JUMY. There's been a lot of moments where he just gets a little bit kind of tripped up by the map or his own setup. CC. Just gonna move on over to the sides. Two probes going down. As you have the army of JUMY still signed up in the center, still looking to potentially think about what sort of aggression you might be able to bring. Good revelation. Sees all four of those Widow Mines, so you now know that those are clumped up. Interesting position because the tanks on the high ground provide a good defensive setup as well. Good stasis catches a few units. Do you want to engage into the tank fight? It looks as though JUMY says yes. I actually don't like the fact he runs into the Widow Mines more than anything else. He knew those were there and they were always going to be an issue. He does get a new round of Zealots up though. That Archon, the Immortal, putting some work in. He's going to get in range of the siege tanks too. Another Widow Mine on the high ground is very effective as the Zealots still try to get to the front. JUMY continues to rally Zealots over. Catches those units out of the stasis. Third base completely displaced. 20 workers down. JUMY's attempt at a gold is going to be under fire from the drop. Single drops are doing a lot right now. That's absolutely certain here. That's the one thing ByuN's been able to do very well at. As the rest of this army's pulling back, we want to catch this medevac. We drop the revelation. The blink's too late. This medevac was already far enough away to escape that one. It's gathering, and a couple of Vikings on the way. T2 upgrades coming about. Gonna get our rocks picked away at. The units gathering up. So the rocks go down. T2 upgrade, ship weapons all coming about as well. Gathers up, then the thermal lance going through, the medevac trying to find a way in. JUMY getting a little bit better at the defense there. Force moves about, the medevac's gathering up. Still got the 2-2 upgrades coming in from ByuN, a couple of Marauders added onto that as well. What I do like that JUMY's doing is he's taking control of the map and he's taking bases, right? I feel like that is a big step in the right kind of direction. If he goes down, one Marine just going to get caught in the front there already. Oh, he splits. I mean, just all these Zealots in that bottom right side just waiting. And that's seen by that Marine. The rest of this army skirts all the way around the Sense Tower. I think actually the Colossus just walked into it though, so maybe a bit of a giveaway. And what we're going to try and essentially set up a surround, but there's a wall on this left side that you would have to go through initially. The Zealots are going to charge in at the same time. Widow Mines are going to catch those initially. So much damage from JUMY is just going not onto kind of units, as we are going to turn onto the Vikings though. When we get rid of some of those, they try and chase the Colossus. It was a cool idea from JUMY, but the setup from ByuN was very good. The fact he was building the fourth base where he was actually extremely helpful. Stop the army getting jumped on straight away. Get rid of this medevac. He is going to warp in a Zealot to help deal with the Marauders, and The drop on the other side is handled pretty well, so JUMY does not let that go too far. Then knocks down the panel on the bottom side. The ByuN still coming across, had a couple ghosts in. Thanks so much, Rack, for the 1-year resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. We actually have a fight here, though. As well, it looked as though he did. JUMY looked as though he wanted to kind of make something happen. Loses an Oracle, going to lose a Colossus to the Vikings. He's just pathing badly. A lot of his army's pathed up the top side of this cavern, well, the chasm, whatever you want to call it, the cliff. And the rest has gone around the bottom. We lose a bunch of Colossus here, so that's going to hurt. That's going to really suck, and that's going to make life a whole lot more difficult. From here on out, as a couple more Zealots go down as well. ByuN stepping up to try and deny this gold base. One of the things we loved from JUMY was that he'd been able to get these bases up during the last few minutes. And now he's struggling to get Stalkers in reach. I mean, the Stalkers now can surely shoot the Vikings, and surely that should be a priority. He just commits to this fight. Disruptors are going to have to do some hard carrying. Another Viking showing up. ByuN gets pushed away. JUMY defends the gold on low HP. It stays alive. Vikings gather up. Just going to see the +2 attack. The Disruptor continues to come about as well. He steps up, just going to get the Stalkers, and the Colossus is going to get that. Marine goes down. A couple shots going through. A couple Storms going to get placed. We are going to see one Colossus fall in there as well. Another Disruptor shot is going to land. Good chunk of Marine Marauder going down right there too. Intense game. Obviously a lot on the line for JUMY. If he wins this, you're in the playoffs. Obviously the series, not just this one game. Going to see the size of Sandworm for sure as well. Definitely a map that's going to invite a lot of macro potential as try and utilize these Disruptors and trying to use those to keep the Terran army at bay. Changes into a different game when it's Zealot, Stalker, Disruptor instead of those Colossus in the back lines, but we are rebuilding the Colossus, and I think that's the right call. I think it's way too soon to start scrapping with Zealot, Stalker, Disruptor for the rest of the game. I think rebuilding those Colossus is a big factor. I think that's a very important thing to move on. So it just gets picked off, another EMP goes down. So the shot fires through. ByuN loads up, just going to move in toward the main base. It's going to drop straight in here. Gate's going to be taking some damage. The Colossus firing up a little bit as well. The Zealot's going to try and move forward. Gateway's going to come under fire as well. Colossus will get back into the fight here. Stalkers blink up. Medevac going to go down. Full Medevac goes down. So JUMY picks off there. And he's already got units in position to deal with this as well. Storm's going to come down. Storms are really good because they're getting rid of the Medevac health as well, which is important for the future. However, this army's kind of getting caught here. Disruptors having to be used to clear the way. The rest of the reinforcements are coming back from the main base, but very slowly because it's quite the distance to move to get to this 12 o'clock location. Obviously, the Colossus showed up quickly. We have a blink available already for the Medevac. So we do. We're going to get a Medevac with units inside as well. Good target fire from JUMY. Good choice of what to hit there, as ByuN's supply is not good. He lost a lot in this fight. JUMY actually preserved a lot of his units, and coming across the map now may have an opportunity to knock down a base of ByuN. ByuN's only on 4 bases. He cannot really give up a location. And I love that JUMY goes to the right side. It's not a planetary here, so it makes this a lot easier. Preemptive blink to get rid of some of the Vikings. 2 Vikings down before they even hit a Colossus. Base in trouble. Disruptor zone in JUMY. Gonna keep forcing ByuN back a little bit. The Colossus step away again. The orbital command is gonna go down. If nothing else, JUMY's already done significant damage here. Does he just want to back away from this now? He's going to lose a lot of units getting chased, is the problem, by choosing to just back off. And then turn with the Stalkers now, as they should have a blink. Colossus are still just about surviving. The Disruptor shot didn't fire far enough. ByuN shoving across with the army supply that's evened out a little bit. JUMY replacing a couple of Disruptors. Obviously, this base has to be relocated from the main now, so The thing is, over time, is that JUMY is just still mining so much more. And so, as long as that's the case, ByuN is going to remain in trouble. And look at these units, they're such low HP. If Colossus can actually just shoot on this bio for a little bit of time, they're going to be able to do a lot. A Storm as well would be huge onto the bio. I'm surprised we don't have more High Templar available. That Storm felt a little preemptive as well. More Zealots join up. The +3 attack upgrade finishing on the Forge. Hope a couple of Zealots in on that right-hand side, and again, Marine. Well, Marauder Medevac actually in production, and another Ghost from ByuN. Like I say, this is just one less orbital he has to work with, so less scans, less mules. We are still stuck on 4 bases, which is a long-term problem. And this base is still very much so the engageable base. But JUMY, if he can hit that again, it's still just an orbital. He doesn't want to hit here because of the planetary. Maybe if he could just get rid of the sensor tower, and then attacks up here would be more of a surprise. The problem is right now, attacks up here are kind of known about from ByuN ahead of time. It's exactly what he does, gets rid of that sensor tower, because he just wants to deny ByuN from being able to see what's going on. When the EMPs go down, Disruptor's going to take some shots. Going to see the Colossus taking some hits. We are going to be seeing the Stalkers underneath. Disruptor still landing. More Disruptors going through to those Marauders. Oh my goodness, how are they not larger shots? May not matter because the Marauder heavy army will struggle against Zealots here. The Zealots actually pulling back though. Disruptor's being denied. More Zealots needed from JUMY. He's just lost the army, hasn't he? He's going to lose. JUMY just didn't fight this properly. His Disruptors kind of whiffed. ByuN did a great job getting rid of some of them. JUMY may not lose right here. I guess that's an overextension of what I'm saying, because he can pull back and buy time. It's going to take a lot of time for ByuN to get rid of all the bases he needs to. And JUMY killed 16 SCVs, so ByuN's economy really is in tatters. JUMY just doesn't want to go right now. 3 more Disruptors building. A High Templar warped in. We just need to wait and buy a bit of time. Do we have an energy overcharge? It's on cooldown. Would love to just get a couple of Storms available. It would be huge right now against a very beaten up bio army that doesn't have medevac energy to really heal it up at all. Storms would be massive at this point in time. ByuN gets rid of 2 bases. JUMY has set up the bottom right as well. That's very drawn away from everything else though, so that's going to be an issue. This map's not really designed for the top right player to take the bottom right base. I mean, this base is also far away, I guess, eventually too, but you would naturally kind of go from here to here. It's a bit closer. Disruptor shots. Actually going to land as ByuN. Not watching too much. The Disruptor actually hit a few Zealots as well, though, so some friendly fire. JUMY's supply bouncing right back up, which is expected because, of course, he has that larger economy. Still 55 to 28 workers. And it's not like ByuN has tons of orbitals to support a 26 SCV economy. ByuN has got himself 2 orbitals in this game. We lost one of them. There's a Storm coming down. Every Storm right now is massive because it gives you the potential of just chipping damage onto an army that, like I say, is not healthy and not in a great place. I love that we're building Immortals again. There was an Immortal before I thought was going to do huge things, but then, like I say, over here, JUMY kind of backed away from the fight while also sort of taking it with some units. I feel like he had a little bit of indecision as to what to do in that moment in the game, and that might have been a little bit costly for him in the end. Bottom right base is... It's important because ByuN is forced to kind of fight down into here, but if we lose this base, then JUMY is going to really start struggling a lot more with the economy. Disruptor actually connecting from the sides. Bio actually going to jump on those Disruptors, however. Not even sure where that Bio came from. That kind of seems as a surprise to me as well. A Ghost going down. There's only 2 Ghosts left. But out of Storms, the Archon would be huge. Some splash damage mixed into this would be massive. A couple of shots from the Archon. Will it live to fire at all? It will not. Extra Zealots are going to charge in from the top side, though, and so JUMY is going to be able to keep on chasing. And this is an issue. I think the Zealots are going to be a problem now. With only Marauders left, the damage just is not there. We're building Marines. We are building a Widowmine or so. Can we split this one Zealot away? Yes, we can. Good job, JUMY. That was necessary. You don't want to take extra damage on these units, and we are going to see GG called by ByuN as JUMY is going to take the first game of this best of 3. Just like that. JUMY getting the first game over ByuN. And there's a map away from seeing himself in the TLMC playoffs. I've been loving watching JUMY's success though. It's been very cool to see. We're going to go to Pylon, map we've not seen in the main portion of the tournament just yet. That was also, by the way, on ByuN's server preference, so We'll take a moment here and host into Pylon for game 2 and see what happens. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. It's a shame that even like a 1-2 doesn't do much for JUMY, right? Because like I say, his map score is already -1 going in, so if he loses, he will always be behind ZOUN no matter what. Map score might make a difference if, say ByuN loses to CLEM. There is a world where the map score does make a difference for JUMY in the sense of he finishes 3rd in the group instead of 4th place, which is a prize money difference. It actually doubles your prize money from $50 to $100, I believe, so there is actually a little bit of a factor there. Obviously, that's pretty devastating compared to making it to the playoffs. JUMY just taking a moment or so. We'll get into our second game here in just a few moments. Why is ZOUN only playing 2 games? ZOUN's already played all 3. He is 1 and 2. He lost to JUMY at the start, and he beat ByuN, lost to CLEM. So yeah, ZOUN is 1 and 2, JUMY 1 and 1, ByuN 0 and 1 at this stage of the group. CLEM 2 and 0 is already guaranteed to advance. What time did the Zergs play? We'll have some Zergs playing tomorrow. Not today, though. Not today. So yeah, we're just waiting for JUMY, guys. He's taking a moment or so, no worries. Just trying to do some internet, sort his internet out a little bit. Alright. JUMY says not ready, but we can start. That's a quote. Alright, we're gonna go into game number 2. JUMY's nervous. I see. It wasn't his ping he was talking about. He was talking about he said 200 pulse, but like PULS, no E, and so I thought he meant like he had 200 plus ping or something. Not he has yeah, like a massive. His heart rate's going crazy apparently. All right, JUMY a little bit nervous going into this one. See if he can calm himself getting into the game. I see. I was very confused. I thought he had like ping issues or something. Alright, well, he's got a couple of shots at this. As in the top left-hand side. The red Terran player is going to be ByuN. You just gotta take a deep breath, calm down, and just play your game. Can't let the situation get to you, right? JUMY in the bottom right then. Let's see if he can make it happen. A win here puts him in the playoffs. Let's see what we get. In game 2 as we get underway. So next drops down, orbital coming up. Maybe getting ourselves into the first few moments here, see what the plan is from JUMY. Actually played a cool kind of style in that last game with the Zealots initially, and so as well is definitely interesting. Gonna see our go up right there. I'm just gonna be seeing the replay coming in, trying to get a little bit done. As we settle down, just gonna be seeing our Adept, Warp Gate, Stargate, all coming through. The Starport coming up as well, so we get that underway. Excuse me for the moment. Open the hell in, we'll try and poke on through. Adept's gonna chase about, Reaper and the Hellion gonna get pushed away. Cyclone and Marines coming about, RCC building up. Gonna be seeing the units of ByuN falling back for a few moments. Medevac coming up, and Cyclone Marines gathering. We'll see the units just joined up in the main base. And Marines and Cyclone just coming about. The Robo Facility, Probes, the Phoenix, all getting produced. Again, JUMY. A map ahead in this series. ByuN has a Cyclone coming up, a couple Marines, another Barracks on the way as well. Going to chrono boost the Immortal already as the Phoenix continue out towards the bottom side. Actually going to be able to lift up the Reaper, should be able to get rid of the Hellions, so a couple of free pickings as ByuN is just setting up to push. Now, obviously the Immortal is very important here. That's your real firepower to help against pushes of ByuN if he does Marine tank push. He's got a Medevac, Cyclones, and Marines. Like, Cyclone Marine is already dangerous, so we'll see what the plan kind of is. The Cyclone locks onto a Phoenix, just going to turn that away. And again, Robe is about halfway through. So Phoenix moving about, Robo Bay coming up, and Gateway coming in, Immortal, Stalker, Phoenix continuing about. Drop the racks onto the tech lab. JUMY with the Colossus and a Phoenix continue to come up. Stimpack +1 continue to come up. Let's move through and obviously looking for that chance to get involved, but the Cyclone locks on. I think this is fine. JUMY just says, cool, if you're sitting back, I get time to build into my composition, which I'm aiming for, and that just is okay with me. As long as you are at your side of the map, I think JUMY's genuinely just going to be okay with this. Triple Orbital is available from ByuN. He will want to move to that third base soon. JUMY begins to set up the forward gateway. He likes to do this in a lot of his games, get that gateway set up early to try and warp in from. Medivacs popping out, the Marauders coming through, just gonna see the Phoenix diving in. Marines and the Cyclone just gonna be there, push the Phoenix back out again. 1-1 upgrade, Stimpack and Combat Shield all still building. Now we do have, again, the gateway on that left side coming up. The third is finished for JUMY. And third will move out from ByuN as well. I love this, just Phoenix gonna get rid of some Marines, trying to remove that scouting information. Is he gonna see the Marine on the right side as well? Oh, yes, no. Oh, he just got out of reach. He had the right idea. He was like, I feel like you should be sending a Marine that way as well. So he tried to catch it, but he was just out of vision at every point there, unfortunately. Cyclone gets a single shot off, nothing too major. Phoenix takes a single hit. And JUMY is set up to push on in, but I'm a little afraid. I mean, this is obviously not kind of like what ZOUN was doing earlier against ByuN. This is obviously going to be, a few more workers available from JUMY. There is no upgrades. If you're going to go, you've got to lift up those siege tanks ASAP. The problem is the Marines are ready to target fire down those Phoenix. However, two of the tanks stay in the sky for quite a long time. The Colossus of JUMY doing pretty well. The Immortals in the front, I think, are doing a lot as well here. The Phoenix, I think, are mostly going to go down. We're going to have to back away. There's no way we can stick around. Surely with those tanks still around, but we actually get another lift off. There's actually going to, I think at this point the Phoenix should back away. There's a missile turret shooting them down. I think he's just kind of given up on the Phoenix at this stage. Do we have enough to kind of go in again? Obviously, there's no Twilight Council here. 11 SCVs die. I mean, JUMY does... It's an interesting trade. Two Immortals, I think all the Phoenix going down is the big issue. It's so expensive to replace Phoenix. You don't really want to replace Phoenix, but without the Phoenix, you're missing a lot of what makes this army kind of decent. He's going to go for a different angle now. Two Phoenix remain. Obviously, the Warpin is only available off of the gateway as well. There's no Prism here. Let's try and push up. The missile turret will take some shots from afar. Marauders going to try and jump on the Colossus. Got to be more aggressive at pulling those back. That amount of Marauders is always going to do pretty okay. Going to try and just lead in with some Zealots. Let's see what we can do. A few Zealots on the other side as well. Wouldn't mind going to start jumping on those. We do get one of the tanks lifted into the sky. But yeah, JUMY just does not have enough. This is going to go down. I actually felt there was potential with this. Just the way that the engagement went down, I think he needed to approach it a bit differently. Those missile turrets were huge because they eventually got rid of all the Phoenix as well. I think there's a moment where he could have actually saved like 3 or 4 Phoenix and just left them there, kind of still idling over the tanks. If he just disengaged and maybe went again with another full force attack and you've got 4 Phoenix, then I think he's going to be in a very okay spot. It's just those tanks were so costly, basically. It's difficult because like you don't really have a good way to get on top of the tanks outside of just removing them from the fight. And you could see he was very scared about committing the Phoenix on top of the tanks in the first place. He knew that ByuN was likely to just target fire them down, but he got the lifts that he needed, to be fair. Double force field going down. We are going to see the Fusel still stepping up. Disruptor Shock going to get rid of... Oh, it doesn't actually kill a tank. I thought that was a guaranteed 1-tank death at the very least. Just only seeing a couple of Immortals still standing here. The couple of Marauders going down. JUMY says GG, well played, and we will go to a game 3. Alright, so we are going to go the distance. We are going to go to a game 3. We are going to go to Killer's Mile, I believe, for the third map. Is that true? Yes. Let's get this underway and see what we can do. if JUMY can make it happen in a game 3. I mean, honestly, that was a good attempt. I think you've got to give him credit for that. It was a very good effort at making that work out. Just, I think, again, it's so hard to pick the fight correctly in those scenarios, and that's obviously part of the problem that we come into in the end as well. All right, let's set this up. All right. JUMY swaps over to Protoss. Our players are ready, and we will jump on in. JUMY ByuN Game 3. After this, we get ByuN versus CLEM as well, coming up still. That will continue to come through. Whew. I'm nervous for JUMY, to be honest. I'd love to see JUMY get the upset. Alright, let's jump in. In the bottom left-hand side, our red Protoss player is JUMY. Like I say, big match for JUMY. Making playoffs would be a huge step for him in terms of tournament performances. And again, it's guaranteed if he wins this map. Would be deserved as well. Beat ZOUN, beat ByuN. Like I say, just gotta try and keep you cool. From moves across again. Nexus Core coming in. We got settled down. See what the plan is gonna be. C gets dropped into position and get that underway. Let's see how Probe is scouting. JUMY may even get a little bit of a proxy going on. Obviously opened game 1 with the proxy Stargate. ByuN CC coming up in the factory. Nylon is down. The Twilight Council's already building at home. I wonder if this is a Dark Shrine play. JUMY's not afraid to mix in those DTs, not afraid to try and get those operational. It's just so risky to play DTs in PvT though, because you're obviously going to be heading in towards a Raven a lot of the time as the Terran, and then if the Raven's just out, the DTs don't do as much. ByuN is attempting a scout as well. Does he go right to the corner? No, he does not. Okay, so JUMY's going to get away with the Dark Shrine in the gateway. Now he just needs to make this look like the Twilight Council is just for Blink at home, if the Twilight Council is seen. He's got a lot of adepts, which is obviously because he's very gas intensive, Twilight and Dark Shrine, and wants to be able to afford DTs. As the Hellion going to take a couple of shots on the way in. The adepts will shade after it. You need to start something on that Twilight. The Twilight Council not upgrading is a massive giveaway. Like, we started building charge now, but when the Hellion first went in, that Twilight Council was not upgrading. Instantly Tech Lab over to the Starport. Raven's going to be on the way. So we're going to have very limited time to do work with these DTs. Yeah, just you had to start charge ASAP basically when the when that Hellion gets in, because at least then it looks, and maybe at least you don't get the read off the Twilight Council. Obviously, you could still maybe say, well, Adept Twilight, that's still suspicious, you know. Whereas right now, I feel like we know exactly what's up. And I think JUMY knows that ByuN knows as well. He cancels the DT Shrine, and he actually goes into the Temple Archives. I love it. I think it's a perfect call for the situation, which is that he's realized that ByuN's figured it out, and because of that, he's like, okay, scrap that. Let's cut my losses while they're ahead, save some gas, get the Temple Archives down, and just go into maybe, I don't think Storm, I think just a couple of Archons initially, maybe. He could go super fast Storm. It would be a bit crazy, but this is obviously not a normal game already. So yeah, gonna get into Storm, a couple of Stalkers, doing a good job zoning out this medevac, so that will keep that away from the main base. JUMY needs to minimize potential damage taken right now. Of course, ByuN's gonna hang back a little bit, because if you're expecting the DTs, he doesn't want to just move out and then suddenly DTs are striking. And moving out on the map with a ground army, you would obviously expose another part of your army at the same time as well. Undermine does get in. Just make sure those probes don't take too much damage. The Stalker absorbs the Widowmine shot in the end. Feedback gets rid of the medevac, so this will be dealt with. We just have to get through these few Marines, which we will do. 3 workers going down. I'd say it could be worse, but honestly it was kind of worse because we lost multiple probes to this harassment before anyway. We lost 2 more before. The Hellion got 2 as well. Now the Raven nodes, it's free to come across as well, so it's going to show up here. Did not scout the gateway, by the way, so that at least has gotten something that JUMY gets away with. Would love to hit the feedback on this Raven. He's going to get it now. Okay, nice. That's good. It just stops more auto turrets and more problems, so at least we're going to minimize the harassment damage that ByuN can find here. ByuN's army supply is huge, but that's kind of meant to be the case when you're playing into this Storm quickly, and obviously he did this off the back of a Dark Shrine, which got cancelled. You're always going to have a little bit of a lacking army supply. It's not like the other stars where you have a lot of gateway units at first. The problem with that is it's a very flimsy style. Now, this Adept, I believe, just saw these medevacs moving out, so we get a little bit of a heads up about this movement down to the bottom side, and if JUMY can be in position straight away, that does a lot for you. He did see it, right? He's pulling his units away a little bit. He's here. He's in position. Shouldn't be able to do much at all. He dropped a warning storm. Marine goes down. Yeah, done the correct call just to get the heck away from that one. +1 combat shield's about to finish up. We will be seeing this Marine coming over. We'll spot that gateway. I think that was inevitability. At some point, this will likely get cleaned up, I'm imagining. Water turret goes down. Archon just wandering over on the wrong pathing. Can we save it in the prison? Yes, he saves it. Okay. You take little moments like that. Oh, split the zealots. Jim's too busy worrying about this drop. The drop play was definitely one of his weaknesses on the first map as well. Suddenly, no, the zealots open, they run past the units. Now they're dropping the natural. This is ByuN's kind of bread and butter as well, dropping around the map and just causing chaos. The style that JUMY played in his third game is obviously not really one that's good against drops as well, because he was obviously going for something different and he changed his mind about, he obviously, went for a different approach eventually. But that's just going to make it even more difficult here as he's basically chasing around drops non-stop and he's having a real tough time just getting any amount of units in position. The Zealot run-by does turn into some SEV kills on the other side eventually, so that is some good news. Some positivity there is, we'll drop down a couple High Templars, we'll feedback a medevac. JUMY's supply is just a little too far away. Raven comes back in, more probes going down. JUMY equal work account to ByuN is never a good sign. Oh, okay. I was going to say, at least only one Widowmine can connect onto the prison there. No blink, though. We lose multiple Stalkers now. More probes going down. The drop in the main base comes back through. We're going to have to warp in Zealots. plus an Archon. There is a High Templar. Storm kills a Marauder and a Probe. Like I say, it's the continuation of drops. We saw it be an issue in the first game. I think ByuN's very correct to kind of go super drop heavy when he gets the chance to. Because like I say, the first game was the thing that kind of had JUMY running around a bit silly. So that's Archon's moving over. So many probes lost at this point that JUMY probably just has to commit to a fight, but he's not really in a great position to commit to a fight. There's going to be his issue as well. He doesn't have a lot of stuff. The Widow Mines are going to go off. There's EMPs available, and unfortunately JUMY's TLMC journey is coming to a rapid end here on Killer's Mile as High Templars trying to drop whatever storms they can. And they do okay for themselves, but that was the last storm, and 3 Archons and 2 Immortals are not going to be good enough. ByuN is going to get the victory. I think JUMY's best chance wasn't that second game, actually. I think that attack really had ByuN in trouble. This third game, obviously, he tries to proxy the Dark Shrine. It gets figured out. You're just running around silly from there already. That's obviously very tough for you. And yeah, from that point, you're just in trouble in general, so... yeah, GG's. Oh, JUMY. I've been loving his play lately. It's been really fun to watch. Super excited to see if he can finally break through at some point. Like, his games are getting to that point where, like, he's genuinely a contender. He's a fantastic Protoss player right now. He's genuinely a contender. Still has to mix in some of the cheesier builds and stuff, but he's getting there, you know? Which is really cool to see and say in this day and age of StarCraft 2. Alright guys, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back, more StarCraft 2. One more best of 3 coming up. ByuN versus CLEM when we return after this. Alright guys, hello, welcome back. ByuN versus CLEM coming up. So we're gonna get ourselves into... Well, we're just waiting for the map to be picked. I'm hoping it's one of the maps we've not seen yet that comes in first or second so that we can see it for sure. Be cool. Nice. I think I persuaded CLEM to pick it first. Alright, we're going to go into Antimatter for map number 1, guys. Awesome. Antimatter 1. Last Fantasy is going to be map 2, and Persephone will be map 3 if we get there. And yeah, obviously, we'll start mixing some of the map choices up again. But tomorrow's group as well get a bit more interesting, so... Because I know the grid has not been played, there's still a few maps that have only been played once. What we can do tomorrow is we can put some of the maps that have only been played once or 0 times in the same map pool. And that means that they're guaranteed to get a little bit more play, which will be fun to see. So that should help out a lot as well. As ByuN is ready. Is CLEM ready? I'm not ready because I haven't got the players in the right spot. Alright, just waiting for CLEM to swap and... we will go. I'm assuming CLEM's going to play Protoss. He's currently set as Terran, but I think it's because I dragged him in as Terran. Finally, Antimatter, yes. Antimatter by the music. You can start with a choice of a forward natural or pocket natural with a mineral wall that can be opened up. And there's gold base on the side of the map rocked off with an inhibitor zone, making them high risk, high reward opportunities. So the only map we haven't seen after this is the grid. I don't know why, like, this map honestly looks cool. I'm actually very excited to talk about the grid, but unfortunately that does not seem like it will be today, so... yeah, no grid today, but hopefully grid tomorrow. Fingers crossed. Alright, into Antimatter, guys. Let's have a look to see what ByuN and CLEM have for us in a little bit of TVP action. As ByuN, obviously, this matchup is very important for him now as he's 1-1. So he's 1-1, -1 in map score as well. So again, it doesn't matter what happens here, he just must win. Like, if he loses, he will always be behind ZOUN on map score and ZOUN would advance. So ByuN just must win this series. It's as simple as that. You know, there's no map score tiebreaker situation available. That's what it comes down to. Bottom right, ByuN is our red Terran player. Top left, CLEM is our blue Protoss. We drop a depot down, get settled into the front. For game number 1 of this best of 3. And the assembly just coming through. CT building from ByuN, the SCV coming in. Just gonna get this probe to wander up into the main base. Probe gonna nibble at the SCVs for a couple of moments. And just gonna pull back. He's already gone CC first off over in the in-base, so he's gonna take the in-base expanders at CC first. So yeah, this is kind of your choice, right? So CLEM actually comes out into the normal base and will maybe go to that left side base later. Not sure how strong the minerals are there. Usually minerals like that are like 10 minerals, maybe 25. Depends how safe or dangerous a position you want it to be, kind of breaking through and so on. So yeah, already kind of CLEM choosing the non-in-base expansion, and ByuN taking the in-base expansion. It's kind of fun to see in-base expansions be back a little bit. It's just... I think the problem a lot of people have had with in-base expands is it does just accelerate the speed of the... In a game which is already very accelerated to the later stages. In-base expands, pocket expands as we call them, really do just kind of accelerate that a little step further. It takes some of the risk out of what is, for a lot of people, very minimal risk even, so... yeah. How can we have a massive thunderbolt in the middle of the map that doesn't show up on the mini-map? Kind of crazy, no? Mini-map, please. Please, please, please. Stargate coming up from CLEM, so he's going to go into that Stargate opener. Something a little different here to kick us off. Powerful Chrono Boost and Adept coming up. Warp Gate coming around. Let's see Adept chilling about. Shade forwards a little bit here. And again, a couple Marines, SCVs, and the Widow Mine all coming on through. Pocket bases are okay if they're worse than a normal base, like on Neon Violet. That's actually not a bad opinion, I think. So there's like a... I think that was one of the ways that... yeah, I think that's one of the ways that we basically started to see kind of pocket expansions be balanced by making them just not as good as normal expansions. It's kind of been a little while, hasn't it? Those interesting features of the gold base. I guess you could go expand here, mine this out, and then kind of expand here as well, but obviously you're going to have to move through the slow zone to get there defensively. But it is a full gold. It's actually very interesting because later in the game, I guess you can step forward here and defend more forwards anyway. The early game, kind of running between your natural and third, it's pretty miserable running through a slow zone. Like, you know, you see some people already struggling to go from natural to third base, so it doesn't seem like something you typically rush for. I like it.
Game
I
paused.
think it's kind of cool. Hotkey issue for our Protoss CLEM here for a few moments. Has a cold key, yep. ByuN was just setting up the Widow Mine drop to come across the map. Couple pauses last couple of series. Still CLEM's ready.
Game resumed.
And we get back into it. What is a cold key? A cold key is when your keyboard is left out in the snow overnight. And then you bring it in and you try and play, but because the keys are so cold, your APM isn't as good as usual. Something like that. Harsh winter in Korea right now. Didn't even need to leave it out in the snow, actually just ByuN's room is cold. Basic TLDR, he's just making excuses. Typical Terran player. Maybe a cold keys when your hotkey doesn't work, that would make so much more sense. A couple of Widow Mines are going to unload. There is that third Widow Mine available too. We actually load one back up, we drop one back down. It's going to go for the one probe at the moment. There's, yeah, we never showed the third Widow Mine, right? Like, this could have always just been the two so far, so that's interesting, because I wonder if that's kind of like a, hey, CLEM, you know, you think you've killed one? You know, you might not think about the fact there's one more available. So, I wonder if there's something of an idea there, as we will just talk about it a couple different times, ByuN being annoying as CLEM would be as well. We'll just go for one more probe, and like I say, now you don't necessarily know 100% that there's a Widow Mine left here. But CLEM sees it, because he's just paying attention, so... yeah. ByuN reveals that going to lift up, going to sit on the side, but that's going to be pretty much denied, going to be difficult for it to come back in on half HP. And without really having the choice of bases, like over here, kind of could go here or into the main base. Now it's on the outside, it would only hit this location, so yeah, I think maybe just time to send that back home, send the Widow Mine somewhere to try and be annoying later in the game. For the Medivac pad and use that later on. There's a Widow Mine right now, but it's a little bit out of position to get the Stalkers, which had Blink anyway, so we shouldn't have gone down unless CLEM just was not watching at all, which is a possibility. Stalkers were just wandering across the map. So let's get back to the center. The Observer going to be coming across. Fire will gather Medivac as well. Stimpack Combat Shield. Continue to build on through. Stalker's just going to back away once again. The Bio going to come into the middle of the map. Yeah, ByuN's going to get up to the top side. The Zealot Stalker going to try and come through. A few more Zealots get walked in. ByuN has a lot of units here, and as the stim happens, you're going to see a bunch of those Zealots beginning to take some hits. Just about able to hold this off, though. Gets a few more warp-ins coming through. He lost his Oracle. How early did he lose his Oracle? I feel like I missed him losing the Oracle. I just remember, I'm like, oh, this was a Stargate opening. I can't really remember the Stargate. Fire coming out over to the right. Let's do attack. The extended thermal lands continue to come in. We are just going to see the ByuN stepping up. A couple of Zealots going to start taking some damage. Stalkers. Honestly, there's just not enough units here from CLEM. He's on his way to Colossus that just isn't ready yet, and ByuN is very scary right now. Let's see if CLEM can find a miraculous defense that he so often does in these scenarios, but it looks to me like he's a little bit overwhelmed as the Stalkers get caught in the corner. Going to turn around. Stalkers will keep dropping. The Colossus will go down in a moment, I think, and well, I mean, the Colossus, I think, might actually hold. The battery is there. A lot of these units are low HP now. The thing is, the only thing that's going to survive is the Colossus. And a couple of units that just got warped in. So CLEM loses a lot, including 10 probes. CG upgrades coming in on the side of ByuN. A few Marines and Marauders still coming about. Medivacs just up the left-hand side. Load straight into this natural, and we have a battery that goes down immediately. Now some Stalkers in some trouble as Zelt charges up as well. That's just going to warp in. A couple more Stalkers coming up, plus one armor on the way as well. And Colossus coming up, plus 3+1 on the way. And a couple extra gateways coming about. The army of ByuN comes up the right-hand side. Taking just a little bit of a shove here. Comes straight across, and we are going to stem up. And this back CLEM, though, is going to be a little bit better defensively. Having that second Colossus does a lot for him. How about quite a lot? The ByuN comes back down to the center. The Medivacs and the Widowmines join up again. ByuN sets up Medivacs gathering. Can be seen as Zealots, as Stalkers, as Sentries coming about. EMP comes down. Just going to see the ByuN continue to fight through. A couple of those EMPs continue to drop into place. One more of those Stalkers going down. The Colossus being kept alive very nicely by CLEM, but you can only keep them alive so long if everything else is kind of giving way in front of you. We're warping in Stalkers just to get some damage out. I tell you what, though, the ByuN army is low HP. CLEM blinks forward to force the engagement, trying to micro with the prison because Blink's on cooldown. He does save quite a few of those units. Stalkers, the Colossus, gather again. CLEM still trailing the supply, definitely has been kind of run ragged a little bit by ByuN in these early stages, but surviving. And now on to 5 bases, by the way, as well. So CLEM is improving and improving his situation.
Game paused.
Someone has a ping issue. Take a moment. Let's get that sorted. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Gonna double check, see if it's any better. I think we're good. CLEM with 2 pauses used already in this matchup. Unbelievable. Fire gathering. Go's gonna set up. It's gonna move through the slow zone as we have a 3-3 and the +2 ship weapons continue to come about. Marine, Marauder, Viking continue through. And army just gathering up for a little bit. And ByuN settles here. Shot fires through. Oh, those Marauders taking a clip already. Some damage being dealt. Fire still coming up, and the Vikings getting rid of the Colossus. It's one of the scariest things that we have there, realistically, for CLEM. So losing the Colossus count is dangerous. We got a couple more Disruptors popping. Guns full base setup is good. CLEM has the Prism across the map, going to find some SCVs, so we'll be able to start getting some damage dealt. Fire steps up, Colossus goes down. Is that all the Colossus? I think so. I mean, now the Disruptor's getting broken into as well. CLEM did such a good job of holding his Colossus alive earlier, but in the end, it's not able to really do too much extra, as we are going to be seeing him doing a lot of damage on the other side. He's killed 34 SCVs. If he gets any sort of rebuild going, he might be okay. He's actually shutting down a lot of reinforcing units as well, because as they're popping out, he's just killing them. So I'm not going to say it's over yet. CLEM with an opportunity still to hold on into this. A couple of cannons, just going to obviously try and help out here. The ZOUNs will charge through. The cannon's now depowered. There's no way he has enough units to fight this. He's going to have to link back with these Stalkers. He's still doing damage on the other side, but this is obviously another base. It's a bunch more probes. It's going to start to undo a lot of what CLEM achieved on the other side of the map, and obviously getting knocked down to 3 base is pretty rough. He's rebuilding the 4th that just went down previously, although those Medivacs actually going to get caught here. They're out of energy as well. The Colossus shows up, but we're definitely going to need some more buffer for that Colossus, surely. There's Vikings available too, right? So we can't just... I feel like we can't just attack into this, but we are, and CLEM is going to get rid of all the Vikings. He's going to chase this back. Medivacs. It's a dangerous lift up, no? Because I think CLEM could have blinked to the high ground and killed the full one. We'll get an empty one there. The other one will boost away. CLEM still down on army supply, up 15 or so workers. 23 probes went down from him in the top right. He actually saved the base. So that Nexus lives. The Nexus rebuilt on the 4th as well. It's the same situation we've been in all series, which is that ByuN is just ahead in armor supply. That's pretty much all he seems to be ahead in. Couple of refineries coming up, Medivacs, Marauders coming about, missile turret added on. And just the DT blinking into the base here as well. Going to go after the missile turret even right now. Bro's casually probing up with 40 army supply. You need to, though. The biggest benefit CLEM has is kind of getting up into a strong army. If you get into a strong economy, you can always kind of throw more zealots into the fray to survive, right? So yeah, the probe up makes sense. Like, it's one of the best ways he can spend his minerals right now. He doesn't think ByuN's going to come and kill him in the next couple moments, basically. Like, it's a little bit of a risk versus reward thing. I think it's the right thing. He's on the right track. Love the Stalkers. They're always going to try and target fire down the Medivacs in these fights. Disruptor actually finds itself through to a pretty good chunk of units as well. I think CLEM even second guessed the chance it was going to be able to connect so well. Pulled it back a little bit. Down on army supply, yet still moving forward to greet this army. One Colossus goes down, immediately replaced. Need a few Zells to try and buffer up at the front as the Colossus are still firing through, and Clem is once more going to push ByuN back the other direction for a moment or two, and like I said, it's the Colossus being kept alive for so long that's given him some of the ability to do this as we take yet another base, and on we go. Some healing done. Obviously, these medevacs have been pretty drained of energy. We're fighting all the time, so they're not getting a lot of downtime to replenish that energy without just spending it again instantly. Army moving over. Just seeing ourselves a little bit of motion here as the Nexus is going to be in trouble. I don't think Clem keeps this one alive. I think that one is a guaranteed loss. 4 Colossus, putting some work in, but unprotected by anything right now. 2 of the 4 go down, so Zealots finally get there. Just don't know if it's going to be soon enough at the end of the day. Liberator pulls back, getting out of there for the moment as well, so Liberator just pulling away from that all. Begin to try and settle things down. 15 probes have fallen here already. Colossus stepping over, the Liberator going to siege in the top right corner as well. Marine Marauder Viking all producing. And the army of ByuN beginning to make a play up the right hand side and straight across. Force gathers. I mean, ByuN has really been on the verge of, I feel like, breaking through Clem's army many a time in this game. Just hasn't quite found the final little bit, which is kind of similar to what we saw from ByuN earlier against ZOUN. And in the end, that turned against him. I think this time ByuN is still going to get it. Keeps pushing up. Couple Stalkers going down. The Colossus being chased. Liberator sieges on that right-hand side on the distant probes, and ByuN finally breaks through. He on antimatter. It got hectic, it got dangerous, it got crazy. In the end, it is going to be Clem dying. As it did feel as though Clem was meant to die a lot earlier in this game, though. It did feel like he was meant to die a lot earlier in this game. Guys, we are going to have Last Fantasy up next. The players have decided to play the 3-player map. That is on Clem's server preference as well, by the way, so keep that in mind as we head into a game 2 here. To start some ads up as well, though. Clem. Oh, I'm trying to figure out who's missing. Clem. A good play to have. Alright, ready GLHF. And we go into Last Fantasy. Game number 2 of this best of 3. Clem is down a game. It's a 3-player map for game number 2. In the top 12 o'clock position, we are going to have ourselves the Teal Protoss player down a game in this series. It is Clem. in the bottom right, our red Terran player is ByuN. As we get into game number 2 of this best of 3 on a 3-player map. Unbelievable. I'm really into the 3-player map. I'm really into it. Like, I don't know why. I just feel like it's right now. I just feel like we deserve a 3-player map. I feel like it's cool. We should have it. For all the doodads in the middle, they are acceleration zones. So you can run through it nice and quickly. I'm not sure exactly what the logic is behind how they're positioned. Looks kind of cool though. Of course, thank you so much to Monster Energy. I haven't really mentioned them today, but they are the reason this tournament is still here. They are sponsoring the TLMC, not just the tournament, but the entire map contest portion of it as well. So yeah. Go pick up a monster later today, guys. With that monster. It's a very important tournament, and so, I mean, not even the tournament aspect of it in terms of like what we're doing, but even just the fact that there's a TLMC, a map contest for map makers to make maps for, is just so important for StarCraft 2. Probably one of the most important things we've had over the history of StarCraft. So yeah, really awesome that Monster has stepped in to help preserve this awesome tradition that is, like I say, just so important for our scene. Counts are coming up from CLEM. Last game was that Oracle into, losing the Oracle into everything else, so we'll see what we do this time around. Couple of Rivers, Hellion, moving about a little bit. Rivers and Hellion just end up to the left-hand side again. Blink coming about, Warp Gate coming through, Robo Facility and the Gateway getting built as well. Medevac trying to come through, trying to find some direction here. For the next few moments, trying to figure out where to go. What a mine, picking a target, just retargeting a couple times over. Gonna connect just on the one probe. And use the Marines force to lift back up here as CLEM chases the Medevac out of there, the Raven. Oh, yeah, you gotta be super careful. I do think we should just... okay, maybe it shouldn't all be dead airspace, but I feel like there should be a little bit more dead airspace. I do think that this, like, setup of, like, these barriers to kind of cordon off areas of the map because of the shape of the map have never ended well. They almost always end in someone getting stuck on them and getting caught. I feel like a little bit more leeway, like, behind a base or so would be nice, because yeah, it feels bad to lose a game to stuff like that, right? Reaper's going to get through. A couple probes going down so far. Reaper's going to get a third worker. Clem on this other side is putting some pressure on too, and right now ByuN's just not minding off his natural, so Clem is actually going to blink on the siege tank here as it tries to siege up. He will eat a shot, and he had a lot of marine fire during that as well, so it's going to be a little painful right away. I'm just going to be seeing the charge coming up, the siege tank and the marine coming through as well. As we Stalker still sat out the front here just for a little bit. So it's coming again, but they didn't get rid of the tank straight away, so again, tank lived for a couple extra seconds. Probably wasn't too impactful in the end. Actually did a good job of not firing a full volley of Stalker shots at it a second time, just the one Stalker to finish it up in the end. That's nicely done. Raven just gonna, I mean, there's not a lot of dead airspace behind the natural at all. In fact, there's none behind the natural. I'm gonna come right across between the natural and the third base to really hang that Raven somewhere it can kind of survive. And you can actually blink across there. No, ByuN! He's rallying it in a bad way. Like, he could have sat it in the middle there, I'm pretty sure. But because he's, like, clicked it into the corner, I think that's the problem. Because you're clicking it into the corner, it's bugging out because it's just natural to click in the corner and not be very exact with where you click it, because you're just clicking it to the edge of the map. And on 99% of maps, that's absolutely fine. That's not okay in this situation because the corners of the map can't be reached because of the blockers and because that interacts in a weird way. Yeah, it's a little bit strange. A couple of mules drop down into the natural. Stalker's just set out the front, hanging about for the moment. Bio firing, a couple of Stalkers taking shots. The raid's still coming through, so ByuN's army getting more powerful here as the +1, the combat shields will finish shortly. Rid of a siege tank. We've done a fantastic job, if nothing else, of getting rid of tanks today. Bio stepping up, just going to get that pylon already. I wouldn't mind if a few Marines begin to unload. That's a great defense from Clan. I mean, the medevacs will not do much. The bio at the front trying to get across toward the natural, but it's going to take a little while longer to still get there. I feel like Widow Mines have been fantastic today. So many Widow Mines hitting dead center on Zealots and splashing beautifully. CLEM is, I think, still in control of this. Yeah, ByuN's gonna say GG. As for a moment, it's like, is ByuN getting anywhere? And the answer was just not really. The Colossus is firing in the back fairly freely. Doing a very good job there for sure. As we get ourselves ready for a game 3 then. So final map today. We're going to go to one more, and it is going to be on Persephone. We've seen this map a couple times today, actually, so I'm going to get to see it one more time. Let's get that going. Alright, deciding map, guys. If ByuN wins this, he's in the playoffs. If ByuN loses this, I believe ZOUN's in the playoffs. That's what this comes down to. Yeah, the difference being is that obviously ByuN lost a map to JUMY. JUMY lost. ZOUN lost to JUMY. Basically, ByuN hasn't picked up a 2-0 all day. He got 2'd by ZOUN, so yeah, kind of makes the difference. When it gets down to these tiebreakers and map scores, Alright, CLEM and ByuN. 7 casters. Last game of the day is coming up. It's going to do a race check, and we're going to go into Persephone. Alright, everyone's ready. Let's go into game number 3. Let's get this going. Shout out to the players, not just videoing Last Fantasy all day. Actually playing a 3-player map. I'm surprised, honestly. I'm surprised. Alright. Let's go into it. This is the Monster Energy's TLMC 20. Our 13th edition of the WardiTV map tournament portion of this event. It's still crazy to me that we've done 13 of these now. Alright, game 3. What do ByuN and CLEM have in store for us? CLEM mixed up a little bit so far. Twilight opener, Stargate opener. Do you feel like he's the most experienced and comfortable when he plays the Stargate? Sorry, the Twilight? Nope, not the definitely not the Stargate. Not what I was thinking at all. So I'll see if that comes up here as we get settled down. Ready to begin. Probe comes through. SCV pulls away. I'm just going to see the other SCV coming over. Going to jump onto the probe as well. Pulls back again. Nexus, Sabical continue to come through. Factory coming about. Again, the refinery coming through. Get that reactor on the way as well. It's just going to get settled down for a few moments. Dep steps over, again, Twilight Council going through, a couple of probes, Stalkers, the Wolf Gate, all coming about right now. I think he's going to be there chasing the Adept the other way. Blink coming up. Green Tellings continue to chase down. The Adept taking some damage. And Blink. Gateway, Robo Facility going through, get ourselves the battery in production. The Adept's going to chase into the natural, and we will see the Marines going to go hunting. Adept chases back out onto the right hand side. Oh, use the healing zone. Oh, don't go use the healing zone. Clem. So close. I thought he was going to do it. He was like going in that direction. I was convinced. But it's not meant to be. Not today. Can you imagine that? 2 healing zone usages in one day? Holy goodness, that would be bonkers. That would be crazy. How does the healing zone work? You stand in it and you get healed. Clem could show us here, but he chooses not to. Sorry, the 8 workers go down. Whoops. 8 workers go down, and now Clem's out of position. So the 3 Hellions get 8 workers, and now the Marines come back in. They're targeting the battery, I think. Oh, Clem's just going across the map. Ooh, we're going to lose a lot of probes here as well, for sure. Stalker shows up. Oh, yeah, we get rid of the battery. Now we're going to get rid of 6, 7, 8 additional workers, 9 additional workers. Siege tank on the high ground, going to make it tough for Clem, but you pretty much just got, like I say, pull the trigger right now. These Stalkers will keep on firing through, a couple of SCVs dropping. Forward commander lifts off and peels away to the side. A couple more of these Marines, plus the Viking is going to get there. The Observer gets taken out. Again, charge coming through from Clem as well. Yeah, if you just go to the healing zone, guys, they will just heal you to full HP. It will just take a few moments and you're going to be good and ready to go again. This healing zone is kind of fun because it's not in the middle of nowhere. The past healing zones we had in TLMC maps were very conservatively used. They were like right far off in the corner. Like this healing zone on other maps would have been like here, you know, or something. So being here, it's a little bit more reachable. It's a little bit more attainable to actually get to and get healed up on. Like I was saying it earlier, but I think Blink Stalkers are one of the best things for a healing zone because Blink Stalkers can obviously trade, get away on low HP, and then get healed up and then be good to go again, you know? They're units that naturally get saved on low HP all of the time. And they have the ability to get to a healing zone and get back in position quickly too. Observer just hanging around, Stalkers hanging about as well. Tank settling, just have ourselves a +1 and the charge coming through, Stim Pack, Combat Shield, and +1 coming up on the other side. Viking coming up, just going to be seeing our upgrades continue to come through. I'm just going to fight, Stalkers get turned away. Viking lands. And get rid of a couple of probes again for all the damage Clem took early. And he is in a position here where I almost still want to believe, but then I look at the army, it's like, it's just Zealots, man. And you can siege these tanks up right here. Feels like a rough spot. I mean, Clem's going to try and come down from the other side. Tanks will finally get sieged. It took a few moments. Does the healing zone heal the base HP of the Stalkers or just the shield? No, it heals the base HP. It doesn't heal the shields because it's literally, it regens health, not shields. As the Zealots come in, that's a full wraparound. Siege tank's going to get killed. It's a beautiful fight from Clem. He has so many Zealots and ByuN gets crushed under this force of Clem as Clem comes blinking upwards and chasing this army down. Looking very good. The Zealot Stalker keeps on coming. The Bio keeps getting chased away. We don't really have anything left here as ByuN apart from a bunch of hurt units that can hide behind a CC. There's a couple of mortals show up. The extra range units that can do well here are going to be extremely good, and The force field gonna make it difficult. ByuN says GG. He gets crushed on the push. All the damage he did early. He just did not have the follow-up CLEM with so many zealots. I mean, just getting aggressive in that moment just isn't it, right? CLEM has a lot of gates, a lot of potential to build into those zealots as well. Jeez. Are the replays going to be available in these matches? They will go out on Patreon and to subscribers and stuff, like usual. They will be part of the usual replay back. So yes, they will. If you are subbed, etc. on the Patreon page or wherever else. GG's, guys. GG's. That's it for today. So unfortunately, that means ByuN doesn't advance. ZOUN gets through the 1-2 score, getting it done. Oh, I feel bad for JUMY, who ends up in last place, because I really felt like JUMY... I mean, it's brutal. You're 1-2 along with everyone else. You're just a map score away from it being different. Yeah. It's a shame. GG's, though. CLEM gets there. And he is going to be first place, and ZOUN will advance in second. So that's 2 Protoss, a Zerg, and a Terran in our playoffs so far. Action continues tomorrow, guys, with Skillers, Cure, Fiant, and Mana. And then Group D the day after, Bunny, Lambo, Hero, and Nika Rex. So all of that coming up over the next couple of days, then playoffs at the weekend. And, yeah. Appreciate you all dropping by and coming through and hanging out and enjoying some games with us. It was a lot of fun again. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. And we'll be back tomorrow with, like I say, more SC2 from this tournament. Awesome. Anything else to say? I don't think so. I'm going to run us have ads on the outro. We'll host someone up, yada yada. I don't think there's really anything else to say, honestly. I think that's just going to be us wrapping it up. So thank you so much for joining us, guys. We appreciate you all. And like I said, set of ads supports the stream. If you did enjoy, don't forget you can follow, subscribe, like. All of it helps us to keep on running StarCraft 2 content in tournaments, so we can keep on producing more SC2 for you guys to keep on watching, so do check that out. And yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow's group's going to be fun. Fiant, Cure, Mana, Skillus. I actually think it's going to be pretty neat, so looking forward to that. I'll see you guys there. I'll see you guys there. Bye-bye.